3 or 4 days ago, my wife and I were sound asleep in our bedroom. Around 2:45 a.m., our German Shepherd named Duke started barking viciously. We had never heard him bark like this before, so we assumed that something was amiss. I got up to check to see if something was up and ended up spilling my water on the nightstand. It took me 2 to 3 minutes to clean up the water, and I figured that maybe Duke was simply barking at the rain. I went back to sleep, and a few minutes later, Duke starts up again with the vicious barking. My wife starts freaking out and turns our lamp on. We sat in bed for a second, spooked, and then we heard someone try on our front door. We heard the screen door clicking into place after being shut. The front door was locked, so he had no way to get in. At this point, I am freaked out, and so is my wife. From our bedroom, we can see the window in our kitchen that leads to the front. My wife starts staring at it intensely and tells me that she can see a shadow moving back and forth. She said it was a dark silhouette walking up and down the front sidewalk. At this point, I'm getting scared, and when I'm scared, I get angry. I get up and turn the kitchen light on in hopes of spooking off the stranger outside. You would think that he would leave with our dog barking and the lights turned on. At this point, I didn't know what to do and made a stupid mistake. I went to my garage and opened the garage door. I then realized I wasn't wearing shoes and went back into the living room to put them on. I wanted to go outside, find the disturbance, and deal with it. Duke was with me the whole time, and when he suddenly turned to start running towards the door that connects to the garage, I knew that I had messed up. I turned and looked at this dude who was standing in my kitchen with mud on his face. Dude smelled like shit. He was wearing relatively decent clothes and didn't appear homeless. As I started approaching him, it was like he was trying to take his jacket off and his shoes off. It was very bizarre. I yelled, "Get the fuck out of my house!" while Duke was jumping and growling and barking at the sky. He took a step back and said something that I couldn't understand. I yelled, "It's 3 in the morning, get the fuck out of my house," and I shoved him. He sort of stumbled and made his way out of the house into the garage and left. I shut the garage door and called the cops. The cops came and said that there was a couple of meth heads in our area known to do things like this, except they didn't fit the description of the guy I described. I haven't been able to sleep for a few days now. I don't know what this guy was after. Best case scenario, he was incredibly fucked up and had no idea what he was doing. Maybe he thought it was his house since he started taking his shoes and jacket off. From the door leading from the garage into the house, there is like a glass. Where I was standing, he couldn't see me, but he could see my wife. Is it possible he saw her alone and thought maybe she was by herself and came in? The guy wasn't aggressive towards me, but he was also bigger than me, about 6'2", 210. Before y'all say it, I know I shouldn't have opened the garage. He obviously took it as an open invitation, and I felt guilt about it since the time it happened. I figured the barking dog, lights on, garage opening, a normal burglar would just scram. My wife and I are incredibly lucky that he wasn't armed and couldn't do anything violent towards us. Can anyone help me brainstorm about motives? I just can't understand how anyone in their right mind would act the way he did. First off, I feel incredibly stupid for saying this, but my front door was mistakenly left unlocked. Both myself and my boyfriend thought the other person locked it when we came inside. I almost always double check before bed to make sure it's locked, but I was running on 3 hours of sleep and it very unfortunately slipped my mind. That being said, to make things clear, my boyfriend works nights, so he's almost always awake during the night and sleeps during the day. I work during the day, so my sleep schedule is nearly opposite. Every Saturday morning, I load up our 2 baskets of laundry into my car and wash them at my mom's house since she lives close to where I work and our apartment complex does not have a washer and dryer. I specifically do this every Saturday because it's the only day of the week I get out of work in the morning and have time to do it, so it works out well. I have Sundays off, but I like to stay at home that day, and since my mom's house is nearby work, it's not an issue. I called my boyfriend on my way home and chatted with him during my drive and ended up getting the 2 of us Taco Bell for dinner. He came outside when I arrived home around 6 p.m. to help me carry everything inside. Like I mentioned, we were both distracted by food and carrying everything that we both forgot to lock the door upon coming back inside. Oftentimes, I carry everything inside alone since he is usually still sleeping. We both ate dinner and then went to the bedroom to lay down. He fell right back asleep, but I was awake for a couple hours playing my Switch. About 8 p.m. I got up and put my Switch away and passed out very soon after in bed with him. My boyfriend got out of bed approximately an hour or two after I fell asleep and went to our computer room so he could play some games himself. I have no idea how I slept through all of this, but it's so horrifying to think about. He said he heard a small knock on our door, and then immediately the man walked in our front door to the living room. The computer room where my boyfriend was sitting is directly down the hallway from the living room, so as he stood up out of the chair and started walking towards the man, he said loudly, "What the fuck are you doing? Who the fuck are you?" Meanwhile, I'm asleep in the bedroom right off from the same hallway that he is walking down, going into the living room door area. I vaguely remember hearing him say, "What the fuck are you doing?" But I thought he was talking to our cat, so I passed right back out. My boyfriend said that the guy was wearing a face mask pulled down, and he was stumbling over his words, and said something along the lines of, "I'm supposed to be here. They said just knock and come in." My boyfriend told him to get the fuck out, and they had the wrong place, and the guy backed off into the hallway of our apartment complex. The guy also said something like, "They told me room number 350 or something, but I couldn't find it. They wouldn't give me the exact address." My boyfriend threatened to call the police if he didn't leave, and thank God he fucking left. Personally, I think he should have called the police anyways, but I'm not sure what good it would have done at this point. I know I'm probably being completely paranoid, but I keep thinking about what if this man thought I was home alone, since my boyfriend used to work every Saturday night until quite recently. Our curtains in the bedroom were cracked, and he could have seen me sleeping in bed and thought I was alone. The way he was stumbling over his words and trying to come up with a reason why he walked right into our apartment does not sit right with me at all, especially if he said they wouldn't give him the exact address. Then why would he have went directly to our door? My boyfriend didn't hear him trying random doors or jiggling our neighbors' handles to see if they were unlocked. At night, our complex is very quiet and we can hear whenever someone comes down the hall and opens their door, so he probably would have heard it. So it seems as if he went directly to our door. What if he knows my routine? I know he could have genuinely been telling the truth and was supposed to meet up with someone, but the whole thing just has me freaked out. How am I not going to overthink this in today's world as a woman? What if he didn't knock, but my boyfriend thought he did, and it matched his story? I keep thinking about what if my boyfriend wasn't home? I would have slept right through this man opening the door. Who knows what he could have done? I like to think I'm normally very curious, but I'm definitely going to only load my laundry in my car when it's light outside, even if that means loading it up the day before. I feel so unsafe and will be talking to my landlords about this. I know there's nothing that can be done about it, but I'd feel wrong not making them at least aware of the situation in case it happens to someone else. Does anyone have any advice or precautions I should take? I just want to know if there's any red flags someone else might think of that I haven't. Of course, I'll now be checking the lock 10 times per day, and will likely not be able to sleep without a weapon near me. I live in a house that has been altered because it's a student accommodation. So from the outside, you'd think my bedroom is the living room, because who sleeps on the bottom floor of the house, right? So, it's about 3 a.m., mid-August, and very hot. I'm in the UK and the weather is strange at the best of times. I was in my bed scrolling through my phone and my ex was asleep next to me. I was sleeping with the windows open because how warm it was, and the blinds usually make a quiet rattling noise from the soft breeze blowing through them. On this particular night I heard the noise and it sounded slightly different than usual, so I look up. My bed is right by the window with my head almost right below it. I see someone's hand poking through the blinds and parting them to look through. I immediately sat up and jolted to the other side of the bed and shouted to my ex, "Wake up, someone's trying to climb through the window." And he jumped up and shouted, "Oi!" And whoever it was immediately bolted down the road. I honestly felt like I was in a horror movie and never slept with that window open again, of course. This one's fairly mild, more bizarre than anything. This was a couple years ago, on the night before Thanksgiving. I was home and had just gone to bed 15 minutes before this happened. It was around 1 a.m. My now husband came and woke me up to tell me what just happened. I'm gonna relay the story as he told it to me. He wasn't ready to come to bed with me just yet and was sitting in the living room watching TV. He heard the front door knob moving because someone was trying to come in. No knock or anything, just literally try to open the door and come in. Our door was locked, so the person was unsuccessful. He peeked out the window and saw a silhouette, and after they had walked about halfway down our walkway, he opened the door slightly. It was a young, maybe early 20s girl. He said something along the lines of, "Hello? Do you need help?" She turned around to look at him and completely fell and busted her ass. It was icy out. She seemed quite possibly drunk, not talking clearly, unsteady. She said she was okay and said, "Oh, this isn't my grandma's house," and didn't say anything else and proceeded to walk away. A couple reasons why this was so strange. Our house is my grandparents' former house, and it had been there since it was built in the 1960s. She tried to walk right in. This baffles me because if her door had been unlocked, she would have walked into a stranger's house at 1 a.m. This could have been dangerous in multiple ways. This wasn't the case, but she could have walked into someone's house who would have harmed her, amongst other bad ways that things could have played out. We know our neighbors pretty well, and this wouldn't have been any of the closest ones. The next few houses on either edge don't match up, or the couples don't have kids, so it's also not like she was just one house off or something. The whole thing is just very strange. I came home from work today to receive some unsettling news from one of my roommates. It started when I let the dogs out in their backyard. Our back doorstep is in the kitchen, so on my way out I passed by the oven and noticed it was on. It surprised me a bit because my roommate Mandy was the only other person home, and she was spending most of her time back in her room due to feeling ill. Even so, I figured that I better ask her first before turning it off, on the off chance that she was actually using the oven. I went to the end of the hallway where her room was, knocked on the door and asked, "Hey, is the oven supposed to be on? Like, are you using it right now?" Confusion and concern was immediately apparent in her voice as she replied, "What? No, I haven't even been in the kitchen today." I shared her confusion and concern upon hearing this, but then pondered the possibility that Carl, her brother, and our other roommate had been the one to leave it on by mistake. I asked her if that could be the case, and she told me that Carl was still at work and hadn't been there since early in the morning. This is when she and I began to piece things together that something very strange had to have happened. I told her I had just gotten home a few minutes prior. It was a little after 3 p.m. at this point, and I had left the house around 7:30 in the morning. She then informed me, with horrific realization, that around 11 a.m. she was hearing noises coming from the living room, including a woman's voice, a chair moving, and the front door opening. She didn't realize at the time that I was at work, so she just assumed it was me and didn't think much of it. She then mentioned that in hindsight though, the dogs were barking an unusual amount during this time. I asked her how long the noises coming from the living room went on, and she said that it was hard to tell because she was trying to sleep at the time, but if she had to guess, it lasted about 20 minutes. Mandy, Carl, and I are the only residents of this home, and as mentioned before, Carl and I were both at work during this time frame, so Mandy was the only person who reasonably should have been in the house. I thanked her for informing me of this, and then went back to the front half of the house and did a quick comb over of the area to check if anything else looked out of place or missing. I didn't discover anything else out of the ordinary, and as of this time of posting, nothing else has came of it. Update. Pretty minor, but still pretty weird. I went to the hall closet to get more toilet paper for my bathroom, and I noticed an empty wrapper packaging for a pillow in there. I didn't buy a new pillow recently. I asked both my roommates if they did, and Mandy said that she bought a new pillow about a month ago, but she threw that packaging away. This is my first time noticing this packaging in the hall closet, and the last time I went was a couple weeks ago, if I remember correctly. I will come to post any updates if I notice anything else weird. If anything major happens in the situation, I'll make a whole new post and update y'all. Thank you so much for everyone for the concern, support, and advice you've been offering. I grew up in a quiet suburb outside of Houston. I hear people talk about neighborhoods where the people don't lock their doors. This wasn't that kind of neighborhood. Situations in Houston notoriously went from 0 to 100 quickly, so while the neighborhood was basically quiet, doors were locked and checked religiously. That said, 90% of the time, the big neighborhood problems would be teens vandalizing or car break-ins. Annoying, but not really scary. I worked retail at a clothing store that closed at 9. I worked with a woman that I was getting to be friends with, who asked if I could give her a ride home. It was a little out of the way, but I didn't mind. Her neighborhood was pretty sketchy. I don't know if it has anything to do with what happened later, but I drove her to her apartments. We sat in the car and chit-chatted until she was ready to head inside. I sat in the car to watch her go inside. Other residents were outside drinking and shooting the shit. It was around 10, so it would have been late for my neighborhood to be outside talking at that volume like this on a weeknight, but it was expected at this place, so I didn't think too much of it. When she got inside, she blinked the lights a couple times to let me know that she got in safe, and then I headed for my childhood home. I should note that this was before cell phones, so this was kind of the basic routine. I was to call her from my house once I got home, and everyone would be confirmed safe. I don't remember the drive home really. I probably blasted tunes and sang along, as I usually did, and parked in the driveway. The outside lights were on. Mom was good about turning them on for me, so I went inside with no fuss. Now, a note about my parents. They weren't mean drunks, but they were alcoholics. They still functioned okay by day, but it wasn't uncommon for me to arrive upon a scene, as I did that night, with all the lights on, the TV was going, and my mom was passed out on the couch. Dad was presumably in the bedroom or passed out in his man cave. From experience, I also knew if I turned the lights off or the TV, my mom would wake up and be grouchy at me for waking her up, so I left everything as it was and headed to the bathroom to brush my teeth and wash up for bed. Once in my room, changed for bed, I called my friend to let her know I was home and all was well. One of my more annoying habits is that it's almost impossible for me to end a conversation. I'm tired as hell and just wanted to read a book or something, but instead we were just rambling at each other about work and things or whatever. I had already gotten into bed and turned the lights out. I was just laying in bed, in the dark, listening to my friend rambling. My room was in the front of the house. It had kind of a weird wall in the front window, some stylistic mid-century modern thing that didn't make tons of sense. Did block out some of the light from the headlights when cars passed. Our street wasn't a high traffic road, but cars driving by and a square pattern of light on the upper part of the wall wasn't an unusual sight. What was unusual though were specific beams of light bouncing around the upper part of the wall to the ceiling, and I stared at them for a moment before realizing that they were flashlights. That was highly unusual, but I figured it was kids. I wasn't the sort of kid that other kids bullied or pranked. We never had our house TP'd, and I couldn't imagine that anyone would want to now that we had all graduated. I really needed to sleep because I had college finals the next day, and yet, flashlights around the house was super weird. My friend told me to call the police, but for a variety of reasons, I'm just not a fan. Besides, carrying flashlights in my front yard isn't a crime, so I couldn't imagine what the police would do. I see well in the dark, and besides, the lights in the living room were still on, so still on the phone, but without turning on any extra lights, I got up with the intent to check the front door. I really don't remember how long my friend and I were on the phone rambling. It had to be a while for what happened next to have happened. I get to the living room, but I hear someone in the kitchen. It's this weird metallic slapping sound that makes no sense at all. I tell my friend and she continues to caution me to call the police. But for what? Flashlights? Metal sounds? The kitchen lights were also on, so you'll have to picture it. A bright lit living room with a woman passed out on the couch. The TV is on, the kitchen lights are on, but not the dining room. But for all intents and purposes, this house looked like a house where people are awake. Except for my mom, who is clearly dead to the world. So I head towards the sound. At the very end of the kitchen, there's a smallish window with metal blinds. The blinds are closed, but they are rattling, making that weird metallic slapping noise, and I think, is the window open? We are not a window opening people. I know people in the South open their windows on a nice evening, but that is not us. Sometimes the windows are open temporarily when my mom would pass out while cooking dinner and something burned, but it was always for a very fixed time. It's possible that she left the window open, but unlikely. So I just stood there staring at it, head cocked like a curious dog, and that's when I saw the front of a shoe on the sill. I screamed. Actually, just saying that I screamed way understates the noise I made. I'm a notorious low talker, and I assumed that I have just been saving the volume for this precise moment. I wailed, I cried, I keened. I became a banshee and threw all my power into my voice in this mighty force. The foot vanished, my mom woke up, my friend screamed on the phone with me. From the back of the house, my dad came bounding out with his gun. I got off the phone and called the police. I grabbed another gun and headed outside behind my dad. I'm not a gun person, and going outside was super stupid, but the scream to end all screams had apparently done its job, as no one was out there. Being kind of an expert in criminology due to watching police shows, I told everyone to stay away from the sill so that the police could investigate it. I had visions of them taking fingerprints and moldings of the shoe prints to find the culprit. Adorable. The police arrived a half an hour later, so it's a good thing we weren't actually under attack. In the meantime, my parents started to doubt that I'd seen anything and started to believe that she had left the window open. But no, the police verified that the window had been pried open, that whomever it was very carefully took all the bric-a-brac that decorated the sill and sat it on the ground, as if trying to remain very quiet. At no point before this did I consider what the intruder's plan was. Maybe it was shock or a lack of imagination or just being tired. But they knew that it was a full house they were sneaking in. These weren't robbers who just wanted to take some electronics for some quick cash. They were going to take us by surprise, but to do what? I asked when they were going to take fingerprints, and the cop basically laughed at me because nothing was stolen. We locked down the windows, and I stayed up all night trying to imagine what exactly those people were going to do to us. I'm a 20-year-old female. I live alone. My brother and I used to live together, but he moved out in November, so I'm living alone until the lease is up and can move in with my friend. Well, a couple days ago, I didn't have class or have to go to work, so I was chilling on the couch playing Stardew Valley and watching some YouTube videos. The walls and floors of my apartment are pretty thin, and around noon that day I hear someone knocking on the apartment door that was on the floor below mine. Didn't think much of it. Then a couple minutes later, someone was knocking pretty loudly on my door. I wasn't expecting company, so I looked through the peephole, and there was a man in a hoodie looking right at the peephole. I don't normally get scared, but this guy looked frightening and looked like he was on drugs. I'm 100% sure that he could hear my game and TV from the hallway because he did not stop knocking for 10 minutes. When he did stop, he turned and knocked on both the doors across from mine, which are vacant units. I called the complex office and quickly asked if he worked for them. They said no. At this point, I'm crying and trying not to have a panic attack. My apartment is very close to a known drug house. Didn't know that until after moving in, so I assumed this man was a drug dealer or something. Then the guy was knocking on my door again, and I'm starting to think that he would never leave and would try to break in, so I called the cops. They said that they would send an officer by soon. Unfortunately, the guy was gone by the time the cops got there, so the cops just patrolled the parking lot every so often throughout the day. I was so freaked out and felt so uncomfortable in my apartment that I went to work and worked on my day off just so I could be away from there for a few hours. Recently, my wife and I moved to my grandparents' home in a small Colorado town. They relocated to my uncle's house, and my grandfather was a cultural hoarder. So while I finished my master's and my wife works remotely, we can clean it up and get it ready as an Airbnb, rental home, vacation home, or for sale, whatever is decided in the future. My father came out for the move and to go visit my grandparents, which we went along with. Keep in mind, this property had been vacant for 6 months, and it's 80 acres of secluded land. As we were returning from the visit, it was snowing, which was all kinds of magical. As we stopped, I noticed in the dark some prints in the snow. Thinking elk or deer, I initially brushed it off, but as soon as I allowed the dogs out of the car, they began sniffing the prints, and the larger one took off. I grabbed my flashlight and chased after them. As he fully sent it, I finally managed to get him to stop. He's somewhat trained. I looked down and realized that those tracks were shoe prints, about my size, 12 and a half, and they were recent as the snow hadn't covered them to any extent. I began tracking them from the edge of the property by the highway road, all the way to one of the sheds where they had taken some vintage skis and apparently used them. What got me was how our friendly, loving, only 1-year-old dog flipped out about these prints and how recent they had been. I have since repaired the barbed wire fence that had been shoved over intentionally, and I regularly check for footprints other than my wife's or my own. Occasionally, I have seen some tracks that may not be mine, but it's hard to tell at times. We have seen a dog on the property that's clearly not a stray, but never comes near to us. It's healthy and has a collar on and seems to respond to a dog whistle that my dogs hear. It seems like someone is always nearby, but I have set up some small floodlights since, and hopefully that solved our guest problem. I'm a 33-year-old female. I live with my boyfriend, who's 42, in a small fourplex in a very small town. I work at 6 a.m. and wake up about 4:30. About 2 weeks ago, during my morning routine, I noticed someone standing behind the dumpster 20 feet away. I know my apartment is the only one with the lights on, and he's looking at my window, just watching me for about 5 minutes. When I noticed a dog with a man, I just wrote it off, until today that is. This morning I left for work as usual, stepped out the main door and scanned the area. All clear. I walked the 10 feet to my car, buckled up and started my music. I back out on my spot, and when I shift to drive, I suddenly see a man with a bucket on his head standing at the end of the walkway within 3 feet of my car. We made eye contact and he pulled the bucket over his head and stepped towards me. I panicked and floored it before he got closer. I'm honestly scared. I even told my boss that if I didn't show up or call, that I was in trouble. I'm going to be carrying a can of wasp spray to my car every morning, at least until the pepper spray I ordered arrives. Police and landlord have been contacted, as well as the neighbors. I'm a 22-year-old uni student living with just my mate. I've lived with a lot of people before and hated it. I love staying up late, either gaming or just chatting to mates on Skype. My friend, however, is very predictable and goes to bed at 11 p.m. Showers at 10:30, like clockwork. So I stayed up until 2 a.m. and I have the top floor. Last one to be murdered logic. This has 3 windows. One huge window that is slanted on the roof that I always keep the blinds open. When I say how huge it is, I've often climbed through it to chill on the roof and watch the stars. There's a lot of space for me. Between 2 or 3 a.m. I climb into bed, boxers only, watching YouTube videos until I drift off, facing away from the window. During watching Karaoke, who has an amazing chilling voice, when reading horror stories, I keep hearing creaking. Assuming it was the video to get me in a psychological horror high, I ignored it. The video ended and I was about to choose another longer one. The creaking came again. The walls are paper thin and I have had a house invasion before, so I was a little on edge. Calming myself by switching sides just in case anyone comes in my door, I was also on the same side as the window. The creaking continued until it felt to be in my room. My eyes could not believe what I saw. A dark figure slowly manifested at my window, first a head, then a body, consuming my window. I waited and tried to make it out, just staring at it, thinking it was in my mind. Tap, tap, tap on one of the windows. It was real. I jumped off my bed, remembering I kept a knife somewhere in my room. Where was it? I slammed on the lights to see a face looking back at me. "Shot, help!" I screamed. No movement. We stood there looking at each other. "Shata, get the fuck up here!" I yelled. I stood there by my door practically naked and wondering if I should run or stay. I stayed and Shanta never came. The man at my window said, "Hello, excuse me, let me explain myself." I just stood there speechless. "Can you please open the window so I can speak to you?" I beckoned near the window. "What the fuck are you doing on my roof?" "I'm your neighbor. Sorry." He apologizes. I take a second thought but open my window. "Sorry, I am drunk and trying to find my window. How are you?" "You scared the living shit out of me. So do you know Lucen?" I was good friends with my neighbor, and he had just left for a different university and informed me that many people were moving in. No," he replies as I get dressed. "Lucen from next door. He said that there would be new people moving in." "Ah, yes, Lucen. Yes, I know him." After talking to him and feeling calm, he said he must try to find his window and leaves. I watch as his black greasy hair and slightly trimmed beard with very athletic figure goes to the left. I go downstairs to my housemate and yell at him for not coming up. He says that he didn't hear me, so there's no need for panic. Having a laugh about it, I go to my neighbor's house in the morning to joke. Knocking on the door, a fat man answers, who I'm now friends with, and introduce myself to my neighbor. The second person comes down with brown hair, no beard, and is quite small. After meeting them, I had a small gathering with friends, and when 2 a.m. came, I told them, time to get my own back. Climbing out the window alone, I shuffled to the next window and mischievously knocked on. Nothing. The room was empty. No one lived there. The landlord told me of the previous tenants being squatters and that they were annoyed about being moved out for the refurbishment. It was not my neighbor. It was not a nearby window. So, Rooftop stranger, let's never meet again. This happened to me last weekend. I'm a 19-year-old guy. My friend had just bought a new house, so he decided to have a housewarming. I had a great time, and just after midnight I decided it was time to go. I tried all the taxi services in our area and got no answer, or was told I would have to wait at least an hour. I live in rural Wales, UK, and we don't have Uber. I'm a student and I work the weekend, so I had to get home soon because I had work in the morning, so I decided to walk home. My phone said it would take 41 minutes, and I was in a drunken state, so I make my goodbyes and refuse any offer of company or calling another friend and set off. I was lit, but not drunk, easily followed the directions on my phone, and got about 30 minutes in when I came across the alley I had to take. I sped up as I walked through it, as it was very dark, but got through it and felt silly for being a bit spooked. As I carried on walking, I reached the long pathway and noticed a figure in the distance. I couldn't tell if they were walking towards me or just standing still, but as I got closer, I could see them just standing there smoking a cigarette. I kept to one side of the path and walked past. As I carried on walking, I felt a little uneasy and looked back, and the guy was now walking behind me. I quickened up and hoped to gain distance, but this was a straight path and he kept pace. I knew I was getting close to an area I was familiar with from walking my dog. I knew that it would be a well-lit residential area. Finally, I reached the crossroads and prayed that he would go the other way, but he turned the same way as me. This continued all the way until I was about 2 streets away from the one I live on. I decided I had to lose him on the next corner I took. I ran as fast as I could. I'm a fit guy, so I managed to get to the next street very quickly and up the last alley into the street I live on before looking back, and he was out of sight. I quickly ran into my house and got inside. My parents were in bed, thankfully, so the lights were out, and I took a breath and began to calm down. As my dog ran down to greet me, I gave her a pat and went into the living room, but kept the lights off as I planned to head straight to my bedroom after grabbing a drink. I walked from the hall and into the kitchen as my dog Faith followed, but as I took a drink from the refrigerator, she turned from me and looked at the front door, slanted her head down before slowly walking towards it. I swear I got the creepiest feeling, like my whole body froze as I saw a figure through the small frosted glass panel in the door. I slammed the door in the refrigerator and hid out of view. I was terrified. Faith began walking and jumping at the door. I stayed hidden out of view as she shuffled around, pawing at the door. Suddenly, my dog charged into the kitchen, still barking. She ran past me to the kitchen door and leapt up. I ran into the hall and saw my dad at the top of the stairs. He asked me what Faith was barking about, and I blurted out that a guy had followed me home. He charged downstairs, and Faith was still going crazy in the kitchen. My dad marched into the darkness as I followed, but Faith ran past us to the front door. My dad went into the garden as I held Faith back, and he saw that the front gate rattled. We went to it and looked up and down the street but saw nothing. He decided to stay up, and I went to bed. The next morning in the back garden we found a rusty knife. It's dirty and had black tape around the handle. We also saw 2 stab marks on the back door. My dad refused to report it to the police, which I think is insane. Someone clearly tried to break in, but he insists that they won't come back. The whole situation has played on my mind all week. It really creeped me out, and I can safely say that I'll call someone for a lift home next time. I've been really into the sub lately, and it's inspired me to share a few of my unnerving stories. This happened ages ago when I was 21. I was a manager for a big box store, but in a town that was an hour drive from me. I lived in a small town and the store was in another small town, both about 10K people each. But in order to promote to manager, I had to transfer, which meant doing a daily drive. I hoped it would be temporary because I dreaded driving these every day, especially late at night because of deer, etc. This was before cell phones were the norm. I did have one, but it was one of those ancient style phones, and I had just got it a week or 2 before. With these phones, you had to plug them into your car lighter in order to have them work, and they had a cord attached headset. Anyway, one night I was driving home and it was really late, about 1 a.m. The drive is pretty desolate, with houses sporadically throughout, mixed with sections of wooded areas. About 20 minutes before my town is a random casino. I just passed this casino and a truck pulled out behind me. I didn't think anything of it, but it was noticeable pretty quick that they had been drinking because of their erratic driving. Because of this, I just figured I'd get as much room between us as possible. Also to note, as I was going past them, they had their headlights on of course, and could have easily seen that I was just a young girl by myself. So the truck comes up behind me at a pretty fast rate of speed and goes past me. As they are next to me, they swerve a little bit towards me, and I just think they are much more drunk than I thought, and started slowing down so they could easily pass. As soon as they got in front of me, they started to slow down, way down. It got to the point that we were going 20 miles per hour in a 55 mile per hour zone and still slowing down, like they were trying to stop me. Every time they would get to around 5 miles per hour, I would swerve to the opposite lane and give it gas like I was gonna pass them, which would make them temporarily speed up. I could also see a little bit better into the truck. It was an extended cab truck with what appeared to be 5 or 6 guys in it. This was during hunting season, so it wasn't out of the norm to see a group of guys acting ridiculous and drunk this time of year. So they were trying to stop me, and I didn't want to necessarily pass, given what just happened. At a certain point, I had to. So I had to go try and pass the truck, but it blocks me from doing so by getting in the middle of both lanes. I try a couple times with the same result. Then finally, I try to floor it and pass the truck, but it tries to run me off the road. I immediately get back behind them, and I'm freaking out at this point. I have tried to call 911, but there was a huge area of no coverage, and I couldn't get through. After what seems like forever, I finally get through to them, and they send someone out immediately. As I'm on the phone with them, I see car lights in my rearview mirror. and filled with panic because I know this car would try to pass, given that we were going about 30 at this point. Sure as shit, this car comes up behind us and goes to pass, and sure as shit, this truck actually runs them off the road into a ditch. I'm telling the 911 dispatcher this and in full-blown panic. We were getting close to town now though, and I could see the first stoplight. I wasn't sure what the truck was going to do because the one lane splits into two and there are two gas stations up ahead. Right as we approach the first light, I see an officer come in the opposite direction and start flashing them over and over while telling the dispatcher that I see the officer. The officer makes a U-turn and gets between me and the truck. He flicks his lights on and pulls them over. They pull over into the gas station at the main intersection of town. I follow into the gas station to assist the police in whatever statements they need and make sure these assholes are actually arrested. That didn't end up being a problem because they refused a breathalyzer, so they were taken to a hospital where their blood alcohol level was obtained. I really wanted to know more, but the officer didn't elaborate. I kind of wish I would have called up and followed up on it. They never called me to do anything in court, so I guess they didn't need me, but it also means that they're getting away with only getting a DUI. I didn't realize this wasn't okay until way later, much too late to have done anything about it. All I know is the officer said that they were 3 sheets to the wind. God only knows what their intent was, but I was terrified to find out. And thank God for that damn bag cell phone. It could have saved my life. I have posted a few creepy encounters before, but my wife had just reminded me of an incident we had in 2017 when we were working in Utah. This happened in late November 2017 and was on a weekday. Can't remember exactly what day, but I knew it wasn't the weekend as the roads were pretty desolate. I was 33 at that stage and had been working for a family on a ranch for about 4 years. They had become like our second family. We were on work visas from South Africa, so not native to the US, but pretty familiar with everything, as we had been in the area for the 4 years we had worked for them. We decided to make a career and life change after I got burnout at 29 in the corporate marketing career that wasn't going anywhere and was stealing my soul and will to live. We just wanted to scale down and have a more relaxed lifestyle. The ranch was in northern Utah, somewhere between Salt Lake City and Logan. I'm pretty vague as the family is very well known and I would not like to identify them as I respect their privacy. We were almost getting ready to return to South Africa at that stage as our visas were running out. We wanted a bit of a holiday as it had been a busy year, getting married, our daughter was born, etc. We wanted to do a bit of sightseeing before we returned. The owner offered to pay for accommodations and provide spending money and his truck if we would run an errand for him on the way. He had a couple of horses and a trailer that needed to be picked up from a ranch somewhere in Wyoming, with Cheyenne being the closest big city more than an hour away. We jumped at the opportunity as we basically had a week to get there and then a day to get back to his ranch. We visited some awesome places: Park City, Flaming Gorge, Bear Lake, Yellowstone. The whole trip was an amazing experience except for the incident this story is about. That put a bit of damper on the excitement. We drove up to Park City the first day and spent the night with some friends. The incident happened on the second day of the trip. On the way between Flaming Gorge Reservoir and Bear Lake via Green River, we were driving and enjoying the scenery and had just crossed over the Utah-Wyoming border when we spotted the only vehicle for the past 30-odd miles, an old red-brown pickup truck that was parked on the opposite side of the road. There were 2 guys inside. When we were about 150 feet from them, they pulled into the road and made a U-turn. I was pretty pissed as I was going 80 at the time and had to make a hard brake and swerve into oncoming traffic to avoid having an accident with them. I punched on the horn and flipped the middle finger out the window when I passed them. They sped up, flashing their lights behind me, but I just punched it and left them behind. I was driving my employer's new Ram 2500 diesel truck, so there was no shortage of power to get away. A few miles down the road, I could not see them behind me anymore, so I assumed that they had turned off. Probably about 40 to 50 miles up the road, we pulled off into a little America to get diesel and some food. When we got out of the shop, we saw the truck parked across the lot, but no one was in it. We decided to load up and head out, as I was not in the mood for an argument with some redneck cowboys. We headed out and thought that was the last we would see of them. Boy, we were wrong. We were looking for interesting places to stop and things to see on the route, and about 45 minutes or so after we left the Little America, we spotted a sign that pointed to Fossil Butte National Monument. We pulled in and literally had the place to ourselves. We walked around and couldn't see much as it was closed, so we decided to head out. Right as we got to the truck, we spotted the red pickup speeding into the parking lot. I panicked. My wife jumped into the back with our 5-month-old daughter, and I ran and jumped into the driver's seat. Right as I wanted to pull out, the pickup pulled up behind us, blocking us from exiting. I was shitting bricks at this point, screaming to my wife to call 911. The guys jumped out of their truck and started running towards us, one on each side of the truck. Only then did I notice that both their faces were covered what looked like handkerchiefs, like what cowboys usually wear around their necks. Right at this time as well, my wife said, panicking, that she does not have cell service. I was making split-second decisions and noticed that, except the curb and signposts off to the left, there was nothing really solid in front of the truck. I threw the truck in drive, swung the steering to the right, and floored it. The truck plunged through some sagebrush and made a wide turn through the field, back towards the parking area. We raced to the exit. The layout of the parking area is one entrance. The road splits and the parking lot runs in a one-way loop that exits at the same entrance. If it doesn't make sense, pull up Google Maps with satellite view. That will explain it a bit better. We were parked at the far end of the parking lot, and we're now going through the parking lot the wrong way to get out. The other guys were back in their truck, racing to cut us off. They beat us to the entrance as they had a much shorter distance to cover than we did. They proceeded to park their truck sideways across the road by the gate, so there was no way we could get around them without causing serious damage to my boss's brand new truck. We stopped about 150 feet from them. One guy had an aluminum bat, another had some sort of bar or tire iron that he was swinging around. My wife was crying in panic, our daughter was screaming, and I was shaking from adrenaline and fear. Even though the situation was still dodgy, I felt like we were out of immediate danger. The two guys did not move towards us, just standing next to the truck, staring us down. It felt like hours, but it was probably less than a few minutes. I told my wife to buckle our daughter in and look behind the seat for the rifle my boss kept there. She found it and passed it to me. I wasn't worried about the bat and bar, but in case one of them had a firearm. I did not want to make the situation worse, so was still contemplating whether I should use it if they approached and threatened us again, when I noticed a camper turning off the highway towards us. The two guys must have also noticed it, and as they looked at each other, got in their truck and sped off. They turned the way they came from, onto the highway, and when we could no longer see them, we started driving. We passed the camper, and an old couple gave us a friendly wave. We wondered if they knew that, to us, they were angels sent from heaven that day. The story ends pretty anticlimactic, and we had a pretty amazing but uneventful rest of the trip. We told my boss what happened when we returned, and his explanation was that they probably were looking for trouble. That's why they cut us off with a U-turn, and then when people react to them, they start a confrontation. It sounded plausible. About a week later, when we were already back in South Africa, I was laying in bed thinking over the encounter when it struck me. From where we first encountered them when they cut us off until Fossil Butte, was over 3 hours and close to 120 miles. You don't follow someone that far unless you have sinister intentions. They must have purposely followed us, as there are many different routes that would have led them away from us, and turned off the interstate and made 2 or 3 turns since leaving Little America. That made me lie awake for a few more hours wondering what their intentions were, and what would have happened if the old couple in the camper did not turn right when they did. This happened a couple months ago to me and my mom. We were driving home from my aunt's house, who lives in the middle of nowhere, in the countryside. So we were on a pretty narrow and bumpy road, which my mom was not super confident driving on. The drive was going normal until a green car appeared behind us, presumably pulled out of some driveway or something. It was driving extremely close to us, pretty much tailgating us on the road that really did not require that since it was so empty. My mom, who was already uncomfortable on the country road, became nervous and decided to pull in at the next house or driveway that came up so they could overtake us. We did, and the car passed. We were both relieved that it was over, but we were wrong. We continued driving at a regular pace, and we didn't see the car for another few minutes. That was until we spotted it at the next house. The car had pulled in there and had its indicators on, meaning it hadn't stopped to park. My mom and I looked at each other, and to be honest, I started getting nervous myself, and I'm usually not frightened easily. The second we passed it, it pulled out and started tailgating us again. My mom was really scared now. The car would occasionally fall behind and intentionally race towards us at a crazy speed, which came across as them attempting to scare us. My mom increased the speed, but it kept up with us easily. I was sure that it was going to crash into us at this point, or run us off the road. This continued until we reached crossroads. My mom took the usual left, and I had no doubt that it was going to turn left too. However, it didn't. It continued straight ahead, as if nothing ever happened. I never saw who was in the car, and it still puzzles me. Why the hell would they pretty much be harassing 2 strangers who had stopped to let them pass after they made it clear that they wanted to? I just can't figure out their intentions other than perhaps being an unhinged driver who was having a bad day. I really thought my mom and I were going to be attacked or worse. One of the weirdest things that's happened to me while on the road. It was October 31st, Halloween. At this time, my parents were still together and hadn't divorced yet, so me and my siblings stayed with each other. But my family did this thing where half of us would go out with my mom and the other half would go out with my father. I have 5 siblings, but at this time, my little sister wasn't born yet, so there's only 4. Me and my sister, 3 years younger than me, went with my dad, and my little brother and sister went with my mother. I had called up some of my friends to ask them if they wanted to go trick-or-treating with me, and only one of my friends said that they could make it. Let's just call her Lucy. My dad picked Lucy up, and we drove to this big neighborhood. Beautiful houses, so more candy. Lucy and I wandered off while my dad stayed with my sister. I was very hyper, and from time to time would run off and leave my friend behind so I could get more candy and get to every house before Halloween was over. Halfway through trick-or-treating, Lucy and I walked so far that no more kids were around us. We chatted about school and drama and what we were going to do with our candy, shit like that. After what I would say was 7 minutes, we heard a scrapey sound, like someone was scraping something on the concrete. We turned around to the sound and saw a person dressed in a killer clown costume, walking with a bat. Lucy and I were walking in the middle of the street, confused but a little scared. I had always hated clowns, so I sped up a bit, and so did Lucy. We kept turning our heads around to see the clown. After about 30 seconds, the clown stopped walking and stood there facing us. Now at this point, it's quiet and we are very scared, so we told each other that we should meet up with my dad. We whip our heads around to see the clown once more, and out of nowhere, he starts running, full sprint towards us. We burst out running, screaming, and not even paying attention to where we were running. It was a steep and quiet road, like a back road that used to be in my old apartments. The clown was screaming with us. I did not turn back, but Lucy later told me that the clown was holding his bat up like he was going to hit us. Lucy and I hit the corner that led to a familiar street. We crossed the street without a thought in our heads, and when we reached the other side, it was quiet. We didn't hear anyone screaming. He was gone. He was no longer behind us. After running around, we found my dad and told him everything. He believed us because of our tears and screams and the look of terror on our faces. My worst fears now killer clowns and forever will be. Lucy and I will never forget the moment and talk about it from time to time to this day. It traumatized me. Thinking back at it now, it might have been just a dumbass teenager in a costume trying to scare little kids. What a sicko. I was just taking a drive at night a couple hours ago. I like driving at night. Nobody is on the road, and it's just me and music. I have a route I usually take, and have a set to and back. I use this small neighborhood that loops around to turn around and go back after I'm done. As I'm in this neighborhood doing my turnaround, I reach the end of the loop, and that's when this older, maybe 2006 7-ish sedan pulls out into the street, but is in the middle of the lane. I swerve to barely miss the guy, and he quickly puts his car into reverse and pulls out onto the main street and starts to follow me, trying to gain on me. I put my car in sports mode and start going down the long stretch of road, going 60 and a 35. This dude is a good couple hundred feet away from me. I'm on the phone with the police and this dude is still chasing me. I turn onto the street that is usually filled with police because it's down the street from the station, but no dice. Coming up the road, there's a 4-way intersection you need to stop at. I did the quickest rolling stop because I didn't know if anyone was coming and didn't want to hit them. I give the guy enough time to close the gap. He tries to come up into the left lane and speed past me to stop me, but I drop my foot on the pedal and hit 70 in this 35-mile-per-hour street and finally get close enough to a cop. I make it to the station. The police officer tells me that this guy said I threw a bottle at his car and that they saw water on the windshield, and the police asked me if I did that. I didn't, and I couldn't prove it either way because the dash cam wasn't set up at all. I didn't have the magnet to mount it. This guy lied to the police while aggressively chasing me. I don't know why this happened. I think it was just a random robbery attempt or carjacking. I learned my lesson though. Night times aren't for driving anymore. Fuck that. So I'm 19 and I coach a 12-year-old traveling volleyball team. At one of our out-of-town tournaments, I was staying at this hotel. Nothing new, as I've stayed at numerous hotels for volleyball ever since I was 9. I was walking into the hotel when I saw a man and a woman getting onto an elevator from afar. The lady was holding the elevator, but I was so far that there was ultimately no point of doing this unless she wanted me to get in the elevator with her. Now keep in mind, before I went to this hotel, I took a couple hits of my dab pen. I know I'm not the best role model for 12-year-olds, but they were staying in a different hotel. I don't know if I was tripping off the ganja, but it seemed like the lady really wanted me to get into the elevator with her, considering I was walking really slow, yet she held the door open for me anyways. So I got on. I pressed the floor level, and when I reached my level, I started to walk out, and Shada looked back at her, kinda like when you communicate with someone with your eyes. Unfortunately, this man who looked like an electrician with a vague uniform on got off at the same floor as me, so I was a couple feet away from him walking to my door. Just then I felt like someone punched me in the gut, and I was going to throw up all over the place. I tried to turn my head back to see what this fucking man might have in store for me, but I didn't want to be rude and freak him out just in case I was just being paranoid off the ganja. I decided to speed walk back to my room, and I quickly opened my door, and I quickly shut it. I looked through my peephole, and there he was, standing there staring at my door for a few minutes, and then he left. The strangest thing about it was, it looked like he was carrying a toolbox of some kind, but didn't put them to use as assistance for anyone on the floor. Now I know, lady, why you did what you did. Some backstory. My dad lives near a woodland track that is perfect for dog walking, and during COVID he got a dog, which I have not had too much interactions with due to the nearly 2 years of restrictions. The dog can be anxious and worried when she can't find someone she recognizes, so we decided the best way to get her comfortable with me would be to take her for walks along the track. I would let her off the lead, and if she wandered too far, call her name to get her back. It was towards the end of this walk that things started getting creepy very quickly. It's starting to get dark, and we are nearing the end of the track and the beginning of the main road back home. I call the dog back and put her on her lead. All is fine till she is back by my side. Just as I'm leaning down to put her lead on, I hear a noise in the woods. My dad's dog hears it too and nearly sprints after it. I manage to get her on the lead in time and look towards the noise. Then I hear it again, a voice calling my dog's name just as I've been all walk. And I don't just mean saying the same name, I mean trying its hardest to copy my voice. I felt like I completely froze in place. I didn't want to turn my head from the woods in case whoever it was would come running out at me. I was praying I was just hearing things. Then, just like the time before, but this time from a spot closer to us, the voice called for my dog. It was at this point that I grabbed my dog and ran. While this was only a very brief encounter, it's still one of the most terrifying situations I've ever been in. Earlier tonight, I was on my way through Mississippi on Interstate 55. I pulled over at a rest stop just outside of Memphis, Tennessee, because I needed to pee. This time, I had something unusually scary happen. This was around 11:30, so the rest stop was mostly dead aside from truckers pulled into spots sleeping. I've stopped at this one before because it's pretty well lit and has security, which anyone familiar with Memphis knows is a blessing. Now, I'm a pretty big guy, 6'1", 180, yada yada, so I'm not usually intimidated by places like that, but tonight was different. I walked into the bathrooms and things seemed normal, but the handicap stall at the end was closed, which I didn't think too much of at the time. However, after I walked up to the urinal, I started getting a weird feeling in my gut. Kind of like when it's dark outside and you can't really decide if a tree is just a tree or something else, you know? I brushed it off and unzipped to get my business done so I can get back on the road. As I'm standing there, I hear shoes move. That sinking feeling turned into alarm bells almost immediately. I heard the stall door unlock and someone start running. Now, this isn't a big bathroom, so I panic. I turn on my heels as I'm standing and book it for the door as I hear someone behind me running. I didn't stop or turn my head to look or anything. I just ran. I made it back to my car, but didn't see anyone come out of the bathroom while I cranked it and didn't hang around to see if anything else would happen. It may not sound like much, but this was one of the few times I actually felt some deep urge to get the hell out of there. So whoever it was who caught me, quite literally with my cock out, I hope he slipped on my piss. When we were teenagers, my friends and I would go out and explore, do dumb things, basically just be kids. We have a lot of odd experiences and stories that I plan to tell, but this is just one of them. So during the summer when I was 17, me and 3 friends decided to go on a camping trip. I'll call these friends Tia, Jean, and Aria. We didn't want to go to an established campground because we weren't trying to spend a bunch of money, and we just like creepiness overall. Aria lived near woods anyway, so we decided to go deep into those and camp there. We wanted to go for a weekend. A fun thing that we did splurge on was a huge tent that could easily fit 4 of us and probably another person if we tried. Now, the first night was fun and simple. We did the typical roasting marshmallows and told some stories. Not exclusively spooky ones, but past experiences too. Tia was the first to turn in, and she did so early because she had been working the night before. Nobody had a problem with it. A few hours later, like 2 a.m., it was only Jean and Aria left awake. I had gone to bed second, but I woke up with Tia shaking me awake and looking distressed. She said something along the lines of hearing jostling outside the tent, but further behind it, not where Aria or Jean would have been. She didn't suspect anything malicious, so I immediately thought it was a bear. This part of the story is a little lost on me as I was half asleep, so I'll just tell it how my friend did. I peeked out of the tent to investigate, as if that would help. The noise was supposedly behind us, and I saw Jean and Aria frozen, scared. They were looking behind the tent. Aria noticed my groggy head emerging from the tent, and she shook her head and put her finger over her mouth, telling me to be quiet. Aria whispered something to Jean, and they both ran into the tent, shaken. This is where I start to wake up a little more. Tia explains her side of the story to them, and they say that they saw a woman in the distance looking at them, but trying not to be seen. Apparently, once she noticed that they had saw her, she took off in the other direction. All of us being scared now, we decided to sleep in shifts. This worked up until Aria's turn, and she passed out. The next morning, when we all stepped out, we decided to look around as a group. We saw nothing out of the ordinary. Being spooked, we all agreed that we didn't want to camp out there anymore, so we decided to just spend the rest of the weekend at Aria's. But as we were emerging from the woods, we saw a middle-aged woman with blonde hair walking down the road. She caught a glimpse of us and quickly turned her head away and started walking faster. We just looked at each other. I think it was me who asked if that's what the woman looked like. Aria and Jean said they couldn't really see the features in the dark, but she was about that height. I just wonder if she had malicious intent or what her point of view was. Either way, I only ever camp in established grounds now. I'm a 17-year-old female. I am a pro non-competitive mountain bike rider and was competing in a 24-hour race in my hometown. It's in a wide canyon and truly lasts 24 hours, so I have my tent packed under my bike, plenty of snacks, water, sleeping bag, and of course my bike. So I'm a non-competitive member of my team. I spend my time taking laps, fundraising for cancer research, and enjoying my time in the race. To the story. I was preparing to stop for the night and unpack my tent on this extended trail near the river. It's maybe 50 feet near a cliff, and it's one of my favorite spots on this trail. I had 3 other teammates behind me who were gradually going to meet up with me. We had lapped different times, so they began later than me. I was busy pitching my tent, getting my food out, ready for my other members to meet up with me when I heard rushing behind me and assumed it was a cyclist coming in fast. I knew there were other cyclists who weren't yet settled in for the night and probably still riding the time trial laps, so I didn't think anything of it. I turned around and nothing. The cyclist would have passed me if it had been going that fast, so I shrugged it off and assumed that there was maybe a cyclist on another path that I heard. Again, 5 minutes later, another whoosh, but instead of a cyclist, a random man came walking out of the brush near my campsite. Not in a jersey, no cyclist bib, nothing. So I knew he wasn't a cyclist. He was in shorts, a t-shirt, with sandals. My first thought was, a hiker? But this location was closed down for the competition. Only cyclists were allowed near here, and plus, why would a hiker be here at 10 p.m. in the pitch black darkness? The man just looks at me for what seems like forever. To say I was afraid to break eye contact was an understatement. We continued to lock eyes until we heard gears of upcoming bike riders, who I later found out were my other riders. Right as my teammates meet up, the man just disappears again, back into the darkness. We didn't see him again. Thankfully, we slept great, but during dinner you can assume we had some crazy stories. Apparently, my other 17-year-old teammate has said that she has seen eyes or some glowing dots in the trees when they passed. They were wearing headlamps, and we have lights on our cycles. The others agreed and said that there was something more than the usual coyotes out there. Overall, fun weekend, and the competition was amazing, but it was a terrifying moment for me and my mates. Edit. Something else that happened that I forgot to mention. After that night, we went to meet back up at the main time stop places. We heard that other riders had experienced the same thing. Glowing eyes, people randomly appearing, hikers being out way later than the trails were supposed to. Someone even mentioned it seemed one person had a gun. Creepy. In the summer of 2019, my partner and I, both early 20s, decided to take a road trip to Vancouver, Canada, and stay at the Golden Ears Provincial Park. We liked camping, had spring break, and wanted to do something different than we did on most of our other vacations. My partner has never been outside the United States, and it seemed like a crazy new experience. It was a 6-day trip with Airbnbs in each state, and the grand finale was a reserved campsite in Golden Ears, and it was close to winter. We'd packed terribly, had a giant tent, brought a bunch of fruit and veggies to eat healthy, stored them in a cooler that was too small, and brought a cutting board with a knife to break up their snacks while driving. We started in California, switching off driving our red Ford Fiesta. We drove through Oregon and Washington, and we made it to Vancouver. We spent a day or two in each state, drank a little too much, and stayed out late. Canada was the best part, and Illilouette Lake felt like walking in a painting. We walked barefoot on the rocks, with our toes freezing in the cold lake. We hiked around, saw a beautiful waterfall. We saw other couples taking pictures there for an hour, and we started modeling the same poses from far away. Everything was perfect. The campsite was empty, except for another couple. We went to bed early that night. It was quiet, and I woke up to crackling outside our tent. My partner was still asleep and snoring. I didn't think much of it because it was pitch black and probably an animal. Then the crackling continued closer to the tent. I sat up and grabbed my phone. The brightness came on, and I turned it off, almost blinding myself with the light. In those 2 seconds, I could make out a person right next to the tent. I sat up and froze. They weren't moving, and they were close enough to unzip the tent. I started poking my partner because I had no idea what to do. They woke up, and I said that there's someone outside our tent. Then I hear footsteps, quiet footsteps, walking out of our campsite. My partner starts loudly saying, "What?" repeatedly in a sleepy haze. A car or truck is parked right outside our camp area, and it starts to drive off. They didn't turn their lights on until they turned a corner and were out of view, so I couldn't make out much, but it looked like a truck. Now I'm shaking, and my partner can't put together what's happening. I want to leave, but Golden Ears locks their gate until 6 or 7 in the morning, and it was only 1, so we're gonna be here. I make us move to the Ford Fiesta and sleep in the tightly packed car. She falls asleep immediately and thinks I'm just being paranoid. It could have been a park ranger, but it seems too weird of behavior for a park ranger. I sit in there wide awake for 2 hours. The car is locked and I want to sleep but can't. I'm in the passenger seat, my partner is in the driver's seat asleep, and it's 3 a.m. I'm still half awake. I hear a car slowly driving up the road, lights off, as it rounds the corner. It had to be the same truck. I was scared, but my adrenaline was pumping. It slowly rounds the corner and pulls directly in front of our campsite again, in the same spot. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. I had no weapon other than a kitchen knife we had brought for our fruit and vegetables. So I grabbed the knife and tried to make myself look angry, crazy, and big. I sit up in the passenger seat, holding the kitchen knife. I keep it straightened up at eye level and stare deadpan at the truck in the pitch black. The truck stops and turns off. A light directly shining into my face is coming from the truck, and I stare back terrified in my Ford Fiesta, holding the large kitchen knife, not blinking. The truck starts up again and turns on its lights, and they stay on, blinding me. Then the truck pulls out and turns around to go back where they came from. My heart is pounding, and I wake up my partner and say that we need to get the hell out. We pack by just throwing things into the car and sit there awake until 6 a.m. We drove home and don't stop. We keep rehashing and trying to make sense of the situation. we ultimately decided that we both needed some sleep. This happened to a group of friends and I on a camping expedition for an award program. It was the second day, and we were coming to the end of our 6-hour walk. We were walking across a small country road. The nearest house was pretty far behind us and way out of earshot. At the end of this country road was a bridle path that ran perpendicular, probably about 2 miles from the nearby village. As we were approaching this path, an unmarked white van came up the road, but instead of stopping, he pulled up right in front of us. The width of the van was about that of the country road, so we couldn't get past. He rolled down his window and started asking us questions. It wasn't uncommon for locals to ask us questions or give us words of encouragement, but this guy just didn't sit right with me. Being an all-female group, and not to mention, all of us were incredibly exhausted, this was a concern of mine. I brushed it off since it didn't seem to worry anyone else. I figured I just watched too many true crime documentaries. He asked us what we were doing, as many people had, and we explained the award program we were on. His questions began relatively normal and small talkish, but they began to get more specific. "So you're camping out tonight then?" We replied and said that we were, ready for him to drive off so we could continue our route. "Where's your campsite?" This sent shivers down my spine. This may have not been anything sinister, but that was none of his business. I feigned ignorance, as if I didn't know where our campsite was, and gestured vaguely in the opposite direction of the site. Again, I was just expecting him to shrug this off and go about his day, but no. "Surely you must know where your campsite is." This is when one of my friends blurted out the name of our campsite. I froze for a second, but luckily he didn't hear this. He began to ask questions like, "Is it near? Is it that way? What does it look like?" This was far too specific for my liking, so I maintained that I had no idea. Eventually, he began to drive away, looking strangely disappointed without saying anything. We waited until he was a ways down the road before we continued walking, a little shaken. We made it back to our campsite and reported it to the counselor. I didn't get any sleep that night. Maybe I was overreacting, but I dread to think what could have happened. This happened last April. There is a river that runs through my town that everyone likes to hang out on the rocks and the beaches during the warmer months. I, female, 26, went to a more secluded spot, but it's always my go-to. It was completely empty, but luckily, there were a group of girls just on the other side of the beach. So I'm laying there on my stomach with one of my headphones in. I look up and suddenly see a very creepy looking man standing right next to me, less than a foot away. He stared directly at me, and when he sees me notice him, he looks at the group of girls who are watching, and he began to walk away to the path at the top of the beach. I'm terrified at this point and don't let him out of my sight. He stops. On the path, there are some very light bushes between us, and he's whipping out his dick, and what I presume begins to pee while making direct eye contact with me. At this point, I did not want to see his dick, so I looked away and called a friend. I noticed a group of girls looking my way, and when I look back, the guy is gone. I'm scared as heck about what just happened, and the girl hollered at me to see if I was okay. She actually came up to me before she left and asked if I had a friend coming to get me, and gave me her pepper spray. The beach spot requires you to cross the train tracks and walk through paths in the woods. It's easy to get to, but usually visited by people around my age or a little older. He's definitely not a river goer and was very stereotypical creepy. My partner, 22 female, was at a bachelor party at a campground. I was not involved for reasons of being a male. The audacity, I know, but I stayed up late just in case anything happened. She calls me at 12 a.m. panicking, saying, "He was just here," and I had her recount everything after taking a few breaths. So this is her story, not mine, but I was very much involved. After a fun night of drinking, playing video games, hiking, swimming, and deciding to call it a night, we will call my partner Mindy. Mindy decided to finally take a shower after everyone else was turning in and walked up to the camp bathrooms. She noticed an older white male sitting on the bench, but he doesn't pay her any mind, listening to something on his phone. She assumed that he was waiting for someone or was just sitting at the bench at night. Campgrounds are full of strange bench sitters. It's one of these time showers where you push a button to get the water to go, so her shower was very short. She had brought her clothes in, so she got dressed. She heard someone else and assumed that another person needed to use the shower. As she opened the curtain, she sees a man peeking into the shower stalls one at a time. She was the only person in there, and all she could do was stand there, mouth agape, staring at the man. He realized someone was standing there, and when he saw her, his eyes got super wide and he sprinted away. I told her that the ranger or camp staff should be nearby and to let them know immediately or to call the police. But since she was at someone's celebration, she didn't want to disturb anything. I figured that there was some shock and didn't want to raise her anxiety by arguing. Still, neither of us slept that night as I waited for her calls and she waited for the man to break into her tent. She told the ranger the next morning, and they said, "We got several reports yesterday about this man, but no one could seem to find him." Flabbergasted that the man had once again caused discomfort. It seems to me that he was trying to muster up the courage to potentially do something worse, and it was a whole day of stalking, hiding, waiting, and sneaking into shower stalls, but that he was still timid. I'm just glad she came home safely, and I really wish I was there because I'm the guy that runs tourist explosions. Literally happened once. It was a cold October night, around 11 p.m. when my buddy and I were cruising and stopped to take a smoke break. We got out of the car in a secluded area in a small village. The place we walked to was next to a dark, running biking track which entered a forest. We sat down on a bench outside the tree line, smoking our special cigarettes under the subtle light of the moon. A remarkable thing about this spot was that it was located in view of the House of Morsall. In 1996, 3 people were brutally murdered in there, and it has been since sealed up. It is known that the interior is untouched since that crime. A documentary was made about this. That's how I know this info. Here's the other thing I know. The 2 murderers are already released from jail, and by the time of the incident, one of them was let go from prison just months before. Back to the bench. After about 10 to 15 minutes, our eyes were able to see better in the dark, and I started looking towards the dark running path that led into the forest. Between the trees, I saw something which I thought was a bag or a mask, or a rope hanging from a branch at eye height. I immediately told my friend and he agreed about the conclusion. But after moving a few steps closer and focusing our eyesight, we saw that it was a grown man with a bag or mask on his head, in the fucking dark. He was standing in some bushes, and we saw the movement of his breathing, and that he was wearing regular boomer clothes. First, we quietly told each other, "What the fuck?" and confirmed that we both saw exactly the same thing. Reminder that this person was standing about 10 meters away from us, and we were there for about 10 to 15 minutes in the pitch darkness. Then we are looking at him, and another minute until I start yelling at him. I just yelled things like, "Hey, come out!" I did this despite being spooked by the strange experience. It's how I am. He raised his hand in a motion of aiming a gun, and we ran back to the car as fast as we could. Looking over our shoulders, we saw that he kept his arm located to us, but couldn't make out if he had an actual gun. After getting the fuck out of there and recollecting, we did realize one more disturbing thing. The guy did not want to mess with 2 young adult males. In the daylight, a lot of people traverse this place by bike or foot, so one of the possibilities is that this crazy man was gonna intercept a lone person in the wrong place at the wrong time. So this story happened when I was a teenager, about 16. I spent the night at my friend's house. It was a Friday night and we were hanging and chilling out with our friends, watching TV. We ended up falling asleep super late. The next day was Saturday. Saturday morning is an older woman's cleaning day since there's not much to do until later that night. My friend's mom woke us up super early, telling us that we needed to help clean. I was over at this house so often that I wasn't considered a guest, so she told us to get dressed and eat something before we would go to the store. After we got dressed, my friend's mom sent us to Walmart that was in another city, gave us some cash for the bus to get cleaning supplies from Walmart. I hated the bus. I would rather walk everywhere because I know that there's a lot of weird stuff that happens on buses. We got to the bus stop and didn't wait long till the bus came and we got on. The bus took us to a downtown bus station where we would transfer to another bus. There we waited for like 10 minutes to get on the bus. As we get on the bus, we see this disgruntled man just shooting daggers at us. I told my friend and I was like, why is this old guy staring at us? We laughed and just ignored it. While we boarded the bus, we noticed that he also boarded the bus and sat a few seats behind us, where the seats turned to face in. The whole 15-minute bus ride, we kept feeling him stare at us. We started cracking jokes to each other, saying maybe he likes young girls, and laughed. We kept making jokes about him to lighten the mood and deflect that we felt uncomfortable with his stares. Towards the end of the ride, he moved closer to us, to where we noticed, and our eyes started bugging out as if we said to each other, "Did you see that?" He was too close for comfort. This old man had a Bill Cosby-like sweater with the stripes, hair on the side of his head, bald on top, salt and pepper mustache, dirty khaki pants, and dirty scratched up brown boots. Once the bus stopped at the store, we rushed to get off the bus and ran into the store. The man also got off. Walking through the store, gathering the supplies we needed, we noticed this man was following us through the store. Towards the end of our shopping trip, we were in the checkout for a while and hadn't seen the man leave or pass us since we last saw him in the aisle where the mops are. We started talking about how weird it was that he kept on us. We then started joking about him being a kidnapper, just to get the eerie feeling of being stalked out of our minds. We stopped at Subway and grabbed sandwiches to eat while we waited for the bus to go back to our house. Walking towards the exit, the man, standing by the exit, we passed him like we didn't see him. We sat at the bus stop, waiting for the bus that was coming in like 10 minutes. This man comes out and stands on the other side of the small plastic structure that covers the bus stop for when it rains. His phone rings. We're already feeling some kind of way because this whole situation is creepy, but the icing on the cake is when he answered his phone. This man answered in Spanish and said, "I'm here with two pretty girls, come get me," and smiled at us after he hung up. I grabbed my friend and shouted, "Shit, I forgot something in the store. Your mom's gonna be pissed if we forget it." Running back, I walked to the service desk and tell them that the man outside has been following us since we got off the bus and that he followed us through the store. They called management and the police. The man was gone by the time anyone went outside. My mom's friend had to come and pick us up from the store since that happened. After that happened, I never rode the bus again and would rather walk, bike, run, or catch a ride from a friend. I'm 15 and I live in England. I'm part of an organization consisting of groups of bands based in the Leeds area, which is ran by a guy named Johnny, that all learn to perform and cover songs at local pubs, maybe once a month. There were a total of 10 bands, and the last 4 of said bands were performing in a pub down the street from our music studio. My band wasn't performing, but I was doing some tech stuff in the back during the performances. Me and some of my friends who were also in these bands helped Johnny with moving the equipment to the gigs and setting up and removing, as he's in his 50s and it would take him 10 times longer to do it by himself. Anyway, last night was usual. We brought the stuff down, set it up, the gig happened, and we started to pack stuff away afterwards. We were all in the process of moving some of the guitar amps, etc., up the street to the studio, whilst Johnny was with some other adults who were helping him out putting the speakers in their respective bags so we could take them up later. The layout of the studio is quite complicated, so I'll have to explain it. Johnny owns the top floor above the supermarket, and to get to said floor you have to go up 2 flights of stairs, one outside the store to get to 2 separate entrances. a main entrance for the supermarket, and a small side door to the studio. Then up another set of stairs on the other side of the studio entrance to get to the top floor. On the left side of the supermarket, there's an alleyway with bins, as well as an entrance to the car park of the supermarket, and a side path that goes all the way along the width of the car park and ends up connecting in an alley to a main road. There's a small brick fence dividing the path from the car park as well. Anyway, me and my friends were carrying up some guitar amps and some other small parts, and we cut down this hallway. Here's where we see an old man around his mid-50s with a three-piece suit staring at us, or rather, our friend Abby, 16, who's walking ahead as she had the key to the front door of the studio. As soon as she walks past, the guy follows her down the alley, keeping pace with her and asking her what she, not us, just she, was doing walking down the alley at midnight. Bear in mind that me and my friend, Spike, 16, and Ollie, 14, had just hung back a bit to whisper about how weird it was. Spike and I were carrying the guitar amps. Ollie had his bass on his back and a mic stand, and Abby was just holding the guitar stand. He didn't notice us in the back at all, only Abby. He started to move closer towards her, I think presuming she was alone. She then turned around and asked why we were so far behind. He turns to face us, eyes widened, as he takes a few steps back and makes a comment about how he didn't see us over there. He then walks into the car park and he meanders down the side path, still visible over the fence. As we go up the first stairs, we look back to see him stopped, turning and staring at Abby, grinning almost ear to ear while standing bolt upright, all without saying a word. Then he turns and wanders down the path. Our initial thoughts were that he was just a drunk creep, but after we were done packing, we were all walking home and started to dissect everything. We realized how dangerous it could have potentially been. Here's what we think. He sees a small, innocent-looking 16-year-old girl walking by herself down an alleyway at midnight with very little to defend herself. Seems like an easy target, right? He makes a conversation, which starts innocent enough. Then he gets closer, maybe getting ready to take her. According to Abby, he asked if she needed help carrying the stand and said that he was more than willing, which in my eyes could have been a way to disarm her so she couldn't fight back. She turned around, thank God, and noticed that we were in the back. He then realizes he couldn't possibly fight with 3 teenagers carrying stuff that could do a lot more damage to him in a fight than one guitar stand, and backs off. When you put it that way, it definitely seems like something bad was planned. I don't want to imagine what would have happened if we weren't there, but then again, maybe we were taking it in the wrong way, overthinking it. Maybe he was just drunk, I don't know, but it definitely seemed like he had bad intentions from our viewpoint. What do you think? Just for a bit of background, I'm a 17-year-old male and my girlfriend is 18. I was with my girlfriend in England on a little getaway with my parents. Also to point out, even though I was 17, I definitely look younger. I am 5'4" roughly, and due to that, I occasionally get misaged by different people. I think this should be known for later on in the story. Also, I wear a swimming top when I go to the swimming pool, because I get anxious. My girlfriend and I decided it would be cool for us to go for a swim in the pool within the hotel. It was nothing super big or super small, and luckily, there was only one other guy doing laps in the pool. Nothing was remotely strange in the slightest. This is an inside pool for the record. I put down our towels and the key to our locker on a chair and get in. Around 5 minutes later, an older man, probably 40s to 50s, entered the room in a small pink bikini. Obviously, it was a bit odd to see and very uncommon. However, I didn't actually have a real issue with it. Each to their own, I guess. What got weird is when he entered, my girlfriend and I kept very to ourselves, minimal eye contact with anyone else in the pool, and we didn't speak. However, the guy came over to us almost immediately and said hey. Out of kindness, we both said hi back and smiled. Normal stuff. He would just swim around our area and make eye contact, specifically with me, repeatedly. As I wanted to relax and swim with my girlfriend, he continuously swam in our area until he made a comment how he hopes I don't mind that he's wearing ladies' clothes as he is gay. Yes, he looked me in the eyes and said that. I felt slightly awkward because he was in a bikini. Not that there's anything wrong with that. However, I couldn't help but notice how he was looking at me often. I was growing more and more uncomfortable. However, I did not want to be a nuisance and make my girlfriend get out of the pool because of it. Nothing much had really happened while in the pool itself. From that point on, we didn't move much around, pretty much hovering in the same spot talking, while being slightly nervous. He went and spoke to the other guy swimming for a while, but kept peeking at me while he was doing so. To be honest, the other guy just wanted to swim and didn't care what he was talking about. However, after the chat, he then got out. As the guy got out of the pool, he went and lay down on the chair next to the one that we laid our towel on. I don't know if he chose that one because he could clearly see it was ours and it had 2 towels on there. It could be excused as a coincidence. However, once my girlfriend walked away and I grabbed my towel, he decided to ask in a specific tone about why I was wearing a swimming top. This gave me incredible vibes of him flirting in a way, asking me why I wouldn't take my shirt off when I swam. I was stumped and answered with, because sunburn. Keep in mind, we are in an inside pool. I also just said that it felt comfortable because I realized that we were inside and I probably looked beyond stupid. He smiled at me and said, "Oh, okay," or something along those lines. He then looked at me and said, "I think you would look a lot better without one." This made my heart race and I was ready to go. I was shocked that he even had the guts to say that to me, so I just laughed it off and said bye. I feel like it was incredibly inappropriate to even ask a child why he's wearing swimming tops, let alone already having made it known that you are gay and you like wearing ladies' clothes, and then you state that I would look better topless. Sir, I've been mistaken as a 12-year-old in the last year. I have a deeper voice, and if you know my age, I'm sure you could realize that I'm truly 17, but initially a lot of people think I'm a lot younger than my age. I managed to escape and got dry and changed in the changing rooms without him coming in at all. I'm really interested in hearing some opinions about how you feel about the situation, if you think it's completely normal or if it seemed like he had weird intent.
I was homesick, probably on a Tuesday or Wednesday, bumming around in my pajamas. I had a pretty bad cold, so I was mostly hunkered down on my couch watching TV. My house is out in the country, so I sometimes leave my blinds open, as my dog likes sitting in the window. About 2 p.m., there's a knock on my door. No one ever just shows up to my house, unless it's my parents or someone I've invited. Curious and confused, I look out my window and see a white van in my driveway, and then I saw a chubbier man standing on my porch. Knowing I couldn't fake that I wasn't home, since my TV was on and my blinds were open, I opened the door a bit, blocking the back with my foot. This guy launches into this spiel about having too much meat for these home delivery packages, and if I bought some today, he would knock 50% off the price of anything I wanted. I start to explain that I really don't eat meat often enough to spend $200 on a package, when from the other side of the van I see another guy coming towards us, carrying a white box. Now, I'm not typically one to judge people on appearance, but this guy looks completely sketchy. His clothes are not professional at all. He's got a grungy hat on, tattoos all over his hands, broken teeth. He also acted shifty. Looking around and peeking into my window, he wasn't even close to the type of person you want delivering anything to your house. This is where I start to get scared and try to defuse the situation calmly to get them to go away. The first guy said, "Oh good, so we can come inside and show you what we've got here. We could lay it out over your table," completely glossing over the fact that I've said repeatedly that I don't eat meat. I tell them I have a dog who really doesn't like people. They cannot come in, and I'm not interested. There was no way I was letting them in. The first guy proceeds to lay the packages on my porch, telling me how great these pork chops are and how juicy the steak is. Meanwhile, the second guy is again peeking into my windows, pacing around the front of my house and generally acting like a sketchball. I say again I'm not interested, but if they have a card, I'd be happy to give them a call in the future. Well, they didn't have a card on them, but he did give me some generic website where I could apparently contact them. They finally left, and I called the non-emergency police line from my area. The police officer said that there is a meat delivery service around, but their vehicles are usually well marked. They hadn't even gotten a license yet that year to be selling in the area. I was terrified for days that they were casing my house to return to, that they would try to rob me or something, but they never came back. For a bit of context, I'm a 16-year-old female. A while back, I decided to stop by a gas station on my way home from school to grab some snacks. While inside, I walked up and down the aisles looking for something that caught my eye, when I saw a guy who looked to be in his 50s looking at me over the shelves. Thinking nothing of it, I went back to searching for something to eat while the guy wandered around a bit. He then paid and left. Eventually I found what I was looking for and went up to the cash register to pay. As the lady scanned the stuff I set on the counter, we got to talking. "Did you see that old guy who was just in here?" she said. I think so," I replied. "Well, when he came up here, he looked at you and said stuff like, 'That girl's really cute. Oh, if only I were younger. The things I would do,' she told me." I was super embarrassed at this point, and I said, "Oh, that's really weird." "Yeah, just thought I'd let you know. Be careful when you leave," she said to me. I hurried back to my car and felt like I was being watched now, so I ended up taking a 5-minute detour to my house.
Some context. We live in a town on a river. We also use weed. We can't buy the Delta gummies here in our town, and the nearest place is in a crossroad gas station, about 30 minutes away from us, across the bridge into the next state. I got paid and wanted some gummies. My boyfriend said he would drive us up there to eat at a local diner and do our shopping in the morning. We left about 5 a.m., and when we got done, the sun was already up. My boyfriend takes my card and goes into the station. We parked our pickup next to from what I could see of him, an ancient old man in his pickup, smoking a cig. Whatever, right? It's early. There's a diner. We're surrounded by farms and in between a couple big cities, so I don't think much of other people being out here. I sit and wait. When I look up, the old man had finished smoking, but hadn't left yet. Again, whatever. They're busy, so maybe he's just waiting and has plenty of time to leave. Like I said, he's ancient. His truck is older and smaller than my boyfriend's, so our windows are not directly next to each other. We were parked pretty close to the door though. I suddenly got a really horrible gut feeling after a few minutes. My gut isn't normally wrong, so I started looking for an issue. I didn't see anything weird, but this old man was still there, but he was moving around the front seat of his truck. He starts to open his door, which is directly next to mine, and the feeling gets worse. I'm trying not to stare and to stay calm, although I feel like I'm gonna pass out. I think he was looking at me through his side window mirror. I made sure that the doors were locked and kept watching him from the corner of my eye, hand on the door just in case. He stopped moving, and after a second he shuts his door again. Then my boyfriend came out of the store and got in the truck. Thinking about it now, the old man probably saw him and realized that he was coming to our truck and stopped whatever he was doing. Anyway, he laughed at himself when I asked. After we had started driving, he said he suddenly got the idea to fight an old man out of nowhere, and that he was going to kick the door closed if he tried to get any further out of his truck. I told him what happened barely a minute before he came outside, and we joked about how weird it was that we both were going to fight an old man at the same moment. But I'm high now, and thinking about it again, I'm just really weirded out. I was driving my husband and his cousin to work since they both worked at the same place, when I heard a pop noise and soon realized that the front tire was flat. I pulled over on the side of the highway and we got out to check the damage. I got the spare and necessary tools out of the trunk and his cousin proceeded to change the tire. Well, while he was doing this, an old guy in a beat up truck pulled over to see if we needed any help. The cousin had it under control, so we were just watching him. The old guy started making small talk by telling us about himself. Totally harmless information. how he lives on a farm, blah blah blah. I was kneeling down watching in my pajamas while my husband stood behind me. His cousin was working on the tire and the guy was just standing behind him when the old guy asked if he could pet me. He literally asked if he could pet me. My husband's reply was along the lines of him thinking that it wasn't a good idea. I was kind of shocked and speechless. The old guy slowly made his way closer to me and poked me on the top of my head with his index finger, then moved back to where he was. The tire was changed and we wanted to get the hell out of there. The old guy thought it would be nice of him to write his phone number down on a napkin and gave it to us just in case we would need help later. No thank you. After the guy left and my husband and cousin got into the car, I balled up the napkin and threw it. I then got inside the car and my husband asked me if I had the napkin. I told him fuck no, that I threw it away. My husband, being a clown, says to me, "Hey, maybe the farm animals aren't doing it for him anymore." Later that day I told a coworker what happened, and a couple days later he gave me a present. It was a wooden bed that he had gotten from a garage sale. It had a bow and note attached to it saying, "Keep this in your trunk, and if anything happens again, bash them in the fucking kneecaps." Edit 1. My husband said that he mentioned the story to one of his coworkers once he got to work that day, and one of them actually knew exactly who he was talking about. The guy had on a Battery Center shirt, which is a place similar to AutoZone or another auto place, but he hadn't worked there in years. Edit 2. I forgot to mention another less creepy, but still fucked up encounter. I was driving in a part of town that was a little sketchy, and when I stopped at a stop sign, a dude with a pit bull, who looked to be maybe 4 or 5 months old, walked up to the side of my Blazer and asked if I could help him out. I had my window a quarter of the way down when I asked, "What?" I thought maybe he needed money or something. Wrong. He asked me if I could hit his dog with my vehicle so that it could know what pain feels like. What the fuck? I instantly said no and took off. I'm guessing he planned on using it in dogfighting, but I can't be certain of that. It's still weird as fuck. I don't know if I attract weirdos, but at the least, I have some interesting, albeit messed up stories to share. This may not be the most terrifying thing ever, of course, and I'm new here, so I'm not quite sure if this fits, but here we go. I'm a young teen who goes for walks a lot. I've happened to notice a very creepy man with unusual behaviors. This happens a lot, I know, but it still freaks me out. Anyway, every time I pass his house, he always stares. He drops whatever he's doing and just looks at me, and he opens the curtains or looks over and just stares. I had a friend around the area who also said he stared at them and acted really creepy, but staring isn't the worst part. He has children's bikes and toys laid out in his front yard, and I have no idea why. I told my girlfriends about him to try to gain confidence to confront him because it makes me so uncomfortable, but I fear that if I aggravate him, something bad might happen. I started taking different routes to avoid this guy, but he sometimes talks to the neighbors and actually saw me get the mail, so now he knows where I live. Again, I know this is not the worst thing to ever happen to anyone, and it's not that serious, but it still freaks me out, and I'd love to hear anyone's thoughts on what to do. It could also be my anxiety acting up. Who knows?
I work about a mile from my house in a pretty small town. It's very easily accessible by walking, so I never drive. About a year and a half ago, I finished work at 1 a.m. Nobody is really out past 8 p.m. here, so the park I walked through was utterly deserted. I live in one of the safest countries in the world, so it's easy to forget just how vulnerable I still am as a small female. I honestly didn't feel uncomfortable at any point of my walk, until I rounded the corner past some basketball courts nearby my house. I was still about 2 minutes away from my home, and this stretch of my walk was completely dark. The moon was massive that night. While I had welcomed its light at the beginning of my journey, in the absence of streetlights, it actually made things look pretty eerie. I had walked this path hundreds of times, but tonight something felt off. I'm not a fearful person in any sense of the word, but I was really on edge suddenly. Then I saw it. A van in the parking lot next to the courts. Its side door was open. I picked up my pace and kept an eye on it. There are usually cars in that parking lot. I live in a tourist town and backpackers often stay in their vehicles to save money, but I'd never seen one with its door hanging open like that in the middle of the night though. I was so focused on the van that I missed the man walking out from the trees near the courts until he was a mere 30 feet behind me. He was walking fast, and there was little doubt he headed straight towards me. I was at a loss for what my next action should be. Screaming wouldn't do much. I was still too far away from any residences. I usually carry a glass water bottle with me for protection, but unfortunately I left it at work that night. My phone was dead. Everything I knew better than to do, I'd done. And as stupid as I feel for saying this, I hesitated, running off the chance that he didn't mean to act sketchy. I have moved past this mindset overall, but there is still this strong part of me that balks at the prospect of making someone feel uncomfortable or embarrassed. I also hate showing men that I feel scared of them, because even if they try to hurt me, I'd rather not give them any satisfaction of seeing my fear. I also knew I couldn't outrun him. I also overthink everything. I saw a small dark blur darting across the library parking lot at the back of the courts. It didn't even register me what it was. The whole situation was so surreal. The guy was behind me now, and judging by his footsteps, he had not veered course. I quickened my pace, filled out my keys in my purse, and slipped them in between my fingers. I heard a slight jingling noise, and everything suddenly made sense. The blur was Apollo, the large black cat that often walked me home on the stretch after the park. Tonight, he was doing that weird cat run. The one where they get really low to the ground with their ears back. I had an impression that he was angry, but he was moving too fast for me to see his face properly as he rushed past me. I kept walking, but the heavy footsteps were retreating now. I didn't dare look back. I kept moving forward quickly. Apollo was suddenly by my side, still staying low to the ground, and stopped every few feet to look behind him and his. Then he would do that weird cat run to catch up with me. He walked the whole way home with me, as he had done so many times, but I'd never seen him act like that. As we neared my gate, he visibly relaxed and flopped on his back. I coaxed him inside the gate before giving him some massive hugs and head bumps. I stopped walking home by myself at night, but I still saw my sweet little cat friend often. I never saw him behave that way again though. Apollo moved away 3 months ago. I still miss my little buddy and often think about how strange that night was. I wish I turned around to see him chase the guy off. I've heard so many stories about dogs protecting people, but rarely about cats. My own little girl would never do anything like what Apollo did.
I've had my share of creepy encounters with strange people, but this one bothers me the most. I'm a female. I was 19 at the time, attending a community college close to home. This was my first year, so I was taking elective courses and planning on getting into a major the following year. So I was taking a philosophy course. You get a mixed bag of students that are majoring in a wide range of things. There's this guy who sat behind me. He was maybe 30. He was husky build and tall. I weigh 115 pounds, so he could easily have crushed me. He seemed overly friendly with me. He was always asking me questions about my studies and about my life. It became obvious he had some type of crush, but I was not attracted to him whatsoever. I answered some questions, but did my best to avoid him. He had this creepy vibe to him. One day in class, we were supposed to get into groups for a project. So it was him, me, and another girl. He suddenly grabbed the girl's hand and started caressing them. She says, "Dude, stop it," and moves away from him. So the creepy vibe got more intense after I saw that. One day when class was over, I was walking to the next one. I had to go outside to go into a new building. As I was about to enter the building, I caught a glimpse of his reflection on the door. He stayed far enough behind so I wouldn't see him, but I could tell that he was debating if he was going to keep following. I was very unnerved by that, but thought maybe he just has a crush and he's socially awkward. The next day after class, he started to follow me and asked if he could walk me to my next class. I said, yeah, I guess. His personality was more aggressive than mine. I was always such a people pleaser. This particular building had way less people than the others. We walked down the staircase where there was nobody in sight. He suddenly looked at me and said, have you ever heard the story about the girl who was raped near the staircase? He had this creepy smile on his face, but it didn't register right away with me. I said, what girl? What staircase? He repeated it again very slowly as he looked at me and the stairs. I suddenly felt very uncomfortable that we were totally alone. I couldn't answer and felt sick. I said something like, I'm late for class, and left him behind. Thankfully, he didn't follow. Soon after that, it was final exams. In the class I shared with him, the instructor passed out our test and said to complete it and turn it in. Once we do that, we are free to leave and have a nice summer. I knew that I had to keep away from this guy, but he leaned over and said to me, after you finish, wait in the hallway for me. I felt scared. I knew I had to finish the exam before he did so I can get away. I went through it as quickly as I could. I didn't even care if my grade wouldn't be as good because of how quickly I tried to get through it. I just turned it in. I tried to look as nonchalant as possible. I walked out and sprinted out of the hall, out into the parking lot. Thankfully, I never saw him again. This happened at school when I was 7 or 8. We used to have compulsory evening preps where we would study from 7 to 9. There were no excuses, even us day schoolers had to attend. On that evening, one of the teachers sent me and my friend to go take some keys to the boys' dormitory warden. It was around 8 p.m., so it was very dark. My friend and I were apprehensive about going because the path to the dorm was very dark, but we couldn't refuse the teacher, so we went. As we were walking, one of the boys jumped out and scared us. It was so sudden that I immediately started running. As we ran, we passed by a bigger group of boys that were hidden in the corner. When they saw us pass, they immediately started chasing us and shouting that they only wanted to play. This made us run faster towards the dorm. We realized that the only way back was where the boys were chasing us from. It looked like the end for us. I desperately looked around to see if there was any way of escaping, and I saw a newly dug garden that was next to the boys' dorm. I swiftly steered my friend towards it, and as we got closer we realized that it had a fence, but luckily it had spaces between that we were able to squeeze through, and we ran like hell back to the teacher. When we got to him, we tried to tell him that the boys had tried to grab us in the dark, and all he said was that they were playing. I got so mad that he wasn't taking us seriously, but he just shrugged and instead got mad at us for not delivering the keys. Immediately, my dad came to pick us up and we went home. I told my parents what happened, and they moved me to a much better school. I later found out that my friend had left that school too. I was so glad that the garden didn't have a normal fence, or we would have been attacked. This is something that happened to me when I was around 15 or 16. I used to be painfully shy as a kid, so I had a small group of friends that I was always around. My first day of sophomore year, I met this guy, let's call him Seth, 18 or 19, in one of my classes, and he seemed a little strange. I didn't think much of it at the time, because he seemed really nice. Finally, it was time for my favorite period, lunch. Lunch was reserved for my favorite people. Two boys who graciously accepted an awkward 13-year-old me after a dramatic move to my dad's home. One of the boys was actually my best friend and first boyfriend. Let's call him Jay. So we were really close and I trusted him more than anyone else. The other, let's call him Harry, was in the same class with me where I met Seth. Anyway, I sit at our table and we begin comparing teachers when Seth randomly joins our table. I figured that he was one of their friends, so we just continued like normal. After a few weeks, I started getting a little creeped out by Seth. He seemed to be everywhere I went in the school and always stood way too close. If I asked him to step back, he would point out to other guy friends who stood closer. For context, I am in a wheelchair and he is very tall, so my head is at the same level as that area. I eventually found out that he had seen my school login and saved it to his computer. Now, I didn't want to immediately freak out and report him, so I decided I was just going to ask him to delete it. He said that he would, and that was the end of that. As the months went on, Seth started to get worse. The class we had was a film class where the students would go out during the period in groups to do the project independently. This is very scary because he would immediately claim me in his group, and I was too nice to decline until we were put in pairs. He would always try to get me to go film with him in the back fields behind our school. The way he would suggest it got me so scared that I would refuse to leave the room. My teacher was amazing and didn't force anyone to go out. He would end up doing it alone, and I would edit. While Seth was out, I decided to see if he deleted my login. He hadn't. He had at least 20 other logins saved into his document, and this time I was scared enough to report it to my counselor. My counselor was a complete idiot and decided to tell him that a girl in his class reported him. I found out because the next day he came to lunch and started accusing me and seemed really angry. I denied it, and Jay and Harry stuck up for me. It was shortly after this that I found out that neither of my friends knew Seth. He had only known me when he joined our table. My counselor decided that my concerns were not important enough to notify the teacher, nor the police. I guess it was not serious enough to warrant anything outside of school. They didn't even notify my dad. After everything happened with the report, he went back to being creepy, but in a worse way. Every day he would try to convince me to go somewhere with him behind our school, and it had gotten to the point that he was trying to tell me I had to. He would make up excuses for us to go somewhere alone. I didn't tell anyone about it besides the school and my teacher later because at the time I wasn't sure if I was just being crazy. I think my friends might have expected that he was getting a little pushy because they started walking me to class whenever they could. When I told my teacher what was going on, he immediately started assigning seats and talked to another girl in my class to see if I could permanently join her group. Seth graduated at the end of the year and decided to resurface in my email inbox when I was 17 or 18. I blocked him. I'm attending a small private college in the Midwestern United States. As a fine arts major, I spend many late nights in the art building. This particular evening, several students were there along with me and one of my professors. I was going to take some creepy photographs for an assignment in the building's basement. I had been there before, and it's basically a concrete coffin for storage. I wasn't scared, but I persuaded my friend Beth to join me. The staircase came out in the middle of a slim rectangular structure divided into several rooms. We turned on all the lights to see the stacks of artwork and old documents that were piled in every corner and crevice, and there were cobwebs over everything. We had to leave at one point to help another student moving pottery, and upon our return to the stairwell the light was on, but the entire basement was pitch black. I was certain we had left the lights on. I asked Beth, but she just mumbled a quiet, "I don't know," and I figured I had just forgotten. We were in a room about 40 feet long, and were positioned on the side of the furthest to the stairwell. Our only light source was coming from the far right room. The white light spilled across the graffitied wall I'd been photographing. The back of the room was occupied with a huge heating and cooling duct system. It took up almost the entire back wall and pushed into the room about 5 feet. Stacks of cardboard boxes and tools cluttered the area around it. I tried to pass the time with chatter. I almost thought some horrible, grotesque art project gone wrong would jump out of the shadows. About 20 minutes had passed when we heard a faint sound coming from the stairwell. It sounded distant. I asked Beth if she had heard it too, and received a nod. It sounded kind of like someone clapping their hands together, but we were definitely the only two down there. I shivered internally and continued talking. There was a scraping sound and all talking stopped. It sounded like someone was dragging an object across the hard floor, like a cupboard across the concrete. I stood up. That sound came from inside the room near the stairs. I instantly thought animal, but how would it get down here? There was only one entrance and exit. My eyes darted from side to side, searching the darkness. Then, without warning, a small cupboard box shot out from behind the far end of the duct machine. It slid across the floor, and my stomach dropped like a weight. It wasn't like the box fell and rolled across the ground. Someone had thrown it, pushed it, or kicked the damn thing. It came across like a fucking rocket. Something had to be in here with us. I grabbed Beth's arm. Her eyes were glued to the box. She was terrified. There was no way anyone else had gotten in here without us hearing them or seeing them. My logical brain was screaming the fact, but what on earth moved that goddamn box? My brain was reeling as I shifted back to the lit room. The light felt safe somehow. Do you want to go? I heard Beth whisper. Was she crazy? If you want to go, I'll go too. While I'll give her props for her manners, we couldn't just go. The box was sitting right in front of the opposite door. Our only escape to safety of the staircase and a light switch. There was no way I was just gonna waltz by whatever kicked it out there. I stayed silent though. I wasn't sure I could talk. During that time, we heard small sounds from behind one of the big machines, like a continuous tapping sound, like an impatient hand drumming against a metal desk, but it soon escalated to loud bangs. It was so loud and the tight space made it echo and intensify. We didn't know what the fuck was going on, and we had no idea what to do or where to go. All we could hear was a constant noise, but we couldn't see anything in the darkness. It was so frustrating that I somehow found my voice. Who the hell are you? I managed to choke out. It sounded much less intimidating than intended. You better not get the fuck off. My hands were shaking, and it was then that the noise changed and we heard one of the most disturbing sounds I've ever witnessed. But it wasn't because of the sound itself. This awful screeching and scratching reverberated across the room. It literally sounded like nails on a chalkboard, but I knew what it was, and it scared the shit out of me. Something was crawling from behind the damn machine, and I could tell that it was coming towards us, and it was coming fast, really fucking fast. That was the most disturbing part. It moved so desperately towards us, straining against the machine and scraping the wall. It was like running a concrete block against a cheese grater and amplified times 1,000. It must have been a tight fit for whatever it was, and we still couldn't see a goddamn thing. In my head, all I could imagine was some sort of disgusting and disfigured person scrambling towards us. Probably had gross teeth and 5 legs with a knife. Maybe they had been down here for a while, and we had disturbed them in their hidey hole. People didn't venture into the basement often, and there certainly weren't routine checks. Someone could have theoretically hid down there. Either way, I knew that they were trying to attack. Nothing moves that fast to say hello. My adrenaline was pumping, and Beth looked ready to keel over in fear. I scanned the room for some sort of weapon, and the closest object was this nasty looking plunger. It may not have been the most gracious choice, but it was better than nothing. Another noise echoed from the other end of the room. It was definitely a cell phone hidden in the concrete on the far end, but it wasn't either of ours. Instantly, all my fear turned to anger, like a light switch was flipped. I knew who it was, my best friend. Carrie, you bitch! You dropped your fucking phone. Get out here so I can kick your ass. I was seething. Adrenaline doesn't mix well with anger, at least not in this situation. I started moving when whoever had been moving towards us behind the machine jumped out right behind Beth and I. It was a short, hefty person, but the face looked remarkably like a bleached pig, complete with beady red eyes. I quickly realized that it was a disturbing mask. The person instantly sprinted towards us, and I stumbled back with a gasp. My hand was in a fist, and I swore I was going to punch someone out when I heard stifled laughter. Of all people, my fucking professor comes crawling out from the boxes. I can remember going, "What the fuck?" I was dumbfounded. Carrie came out from behind the machine sheepishly, clutching her shitty phone, and the masked sprinter was revealed to be another student. These idiots decided on a whim to prank us. They were successful. The pottery student and even the janitor were in on it, tasked with distracting us so the others could sneak downstairs. They had turned off the lights, and I had walked by their hiding spots several times. We were in there for almost about 10 minutes thinking that we were alone. Naturally, I ordered them to get the fuck out so that I could finish my assignment. Though I wasn't happy to see my friends, I'm glad I met them instead of my imaginary alternative. This happened to my daughter when she was just 4. I have 4 kids, and they all have their own rooms, but this particular night, my middle daughter wanted to sleep with the oldest one. Our house is pretty large, and the kids had their own section, so my room was on the other end of the house. We live in the south, and it's extremely hot, but this night it felt unbearable, even with the air on, so I was up and down. I was so restless and couldn't sleep. Around 3 a.m. I go to the hall where my kids are, and I hear a little voice coming from the girls' room. Next thing I know, I see my 4-year-old coming out of the door, going towards the front door. I rush to her before she can open it and ask her, "What are you doing?" She said that her teacher was outside her window and wanted her to open the door. I thought she may have been dreaming, but she insisted we had to let him in. She went to preschool and her teacher was a woman, so I knew it wasn't her teacher. I went to the room and take a look, and I see a shadow going past the window. I just start shaking. I called the police, but he was gone before they got there, but they found size 11 footprints outside. We questioned her to see if we could figure out who it might have been, and she said he had long hair and was her teacher. Finally, a couple weeks later in Sunday school, she pointed to a picture of Jesus and said, "Him, he's my teacher." So whoever it was looked like that. We got an alarm system and nailed the window shut because I wasn't about to take the chance of one of my babies being taken. Junior year of college, this random guy approached me and my friend working a booth at an activities fair and asked us to help him get in contact with his buddy that he was supposed to go camping with. Mind you, this was winter in New Hampshire, so really fucking cold, so it was already starting to sound sketchy. Not only was this guy not a student at the university, but he didn't even know the name of the guy he was supposed to go camping with, nor did he know the phone number. He said something to the effect of, "Oh, I was supposed to pick him up this morning and give him and his girlfriend a ride to the campsite, but she's not picking up her phone. Can you help me find them?" He kinda knew her name. Kept saying it was something like Emily or Emma. I was mad creeped out, but pretended to help nonetheless, as my friend seemed okay. He tried guessing the name of the male friend, but all the info he really had was the girl's name. His main goal in all of this was to figure out where he could find these people. He said he was trying to get into a building where he thought they were, and couldn't because it was locked. You can't get into residential halls on my campus without a student ID. He even hinted that he was hoping that one of us could help him get into the building, but we just shrugged it off with, "Oh, we wish we could help more, but we're stuck here until 2 p.m. After we failed to help him, we directed him towards the dining hall because we had no idea where else to send him. He walked out of the building, and my friend and I looked at each other, and we both were like, "Holy shit, did you get freaked out by him too?" I firmly believe that he was an abusive, jealous ex trying to find out where his ex-girlfriend and new boyfriend were. I really try not to judge someone before I know them, but something really just wasn't right with him, you know? P.S. This guy was 100% the Ted Bundy type. He had piercing turquoise blue eyes, was very handsome, had charming mannerisms and a striking jawline. I'm a 17-year-old female, and many other girls who went to my elementary school look back and see how creepy one of the teachers was. I'll call him Mr. B. From others, I was told that he did the most with me. So Mr. B was a teacher of mine when I was around 9 or 10 years old, and he was an average teacher, wasn't the best and wasn't the worst. Later on, when I was around 12 or 13, I joined the volleyball and basketball teams. He was a coach for both. Here's when things started to pick up. One day during practice, he wanted to practice the bumping technique, where you body check someone with your back. He called me from the back of the crowd and made me practice this on him from 3 different angles so the others could see. Later, I started helping around school with my friend, and he would always invite us to help him out during recess and would move all of his work to sit next to us and would offer us donuts and treats when we were there. Then the pet name started up. He would call us, "There are my beautiful girls." He would tell me I'm his lucky charm and needed to pet and play with my hair. When talking to us, his eyes would flicker either on my body or on my face, but rarely in my eyes. He would come visit us in class randomly, just to chat. One time, he sniffed my hair while playing with it and commented that it smelled like hairspray. For sports teams, he would let me join without making me try out because he missed me on the team, and it's not the same without you. We need you. To this day, I still see him because my friend's siblings are still in that school. I asked my friend if he comments on her or anything, and she said no, that he barely says anything to her. But when I visit, he again greets us as, "My beautiful, beautiful girls." He would chat and tell me how good I look, and would touch my shoulder when saying goodbye. He also even expressed that seeing me makes his day, and that he loves when we come back to visit. My friend goes every other day for her siblings, so obviously, that doesn't make any sense. I've known this man for years. He acts like a creep, but I still know him by being on the team to helping him for so many years that I don't know how to feel. Is he just treating me differently due to all those factors, or is he a creep? I just feel very creeped out when I think about it. This just happened tonight, not to me but to my wife. I'm writing this from a McDonald's parking lot, 3 blocks from the police station where my wife is giving her statement. She works at a front desk at a hotel. It's a busy one, given more to the business types. She usually works until 11 or midnight, and being the protective type, I'm usually there with her. But not just for that reason, but the Wi-Fi, coffee, and TV. 3 weeks back, I'm there watching an episode of Justified, and I meet this fellow. I got his name, but forgot it instantly. He's staying there long term, business of sorts. I don't like him. 1, he interrupted the show. 2, I can tell he's off, rambling, has a cast on his hand from what he said was hitting the wall. Talks of being sober from the drink for 36 months, but takes a lot of pills. He's got issues. He had the ambulance called last week, apparently an OD. Still there, tonight he calls down to my wife, says call the police. My wife asks if anyone's hurt. He says, "Someone will be in the next 90 seconds. So my wife called the cops. I'm not there tonight. What I know is what she told me before she went in to be interviewed. He comes down and goes into the dining room. He's got a gun. The assistant manager goes out there, and then my wife does a couple minutes later. The assistant manager is face down on the carpet, the man over him, still holding the gun. He then sees my wife and then points the gun at her. Monday, the manager of the hotel says he doesn't want me to be there all the time. Nothing personal, he just thinks it might be weird for the guests. That's why I wasn't there. I was out with some friends. The man points the fucking gun at my wife. He hears something, gets distracted. My wife backs up and gets behind a wall. The police came in, a lot of them. She hears the man yelling, and she hears a shot. She didn't know who pulled the trigger. This primarily happened to my mom, but it has badly affected me mentally and caused me to worry. She wanted me to post this just to give people heads up that you can encounter creeps literally anywhere. This is going to be a long-winded story, but I wanted to get in every detail possible. This happened last month, and we don't actually know what happened with Jeremy in the end. I'm a 19-year-old female who's studying in a university in England, entering my second year. We decided to stay in my university town the day before I was due to move into my student home, so I could get there early and move my stuff in and give me the rest of the day to relax before we started Freshers Week. The night before moving day, me and my mother stayed in a hotel located in my university town. We were greeted by a very friendly man called Jeremy. Jeremy was attractive and showed us to our room. Stayed around for about 10 minutes telling us the history of the hotel and repeatedly asked us if we needed him to unpack our stuff, which we kindly rejected. It was a Friday, so my mother and I went around town and had a few drinks. Nothing too heavy as Freshers Week started the next day, so I wanted to be fresh for the Saturday night. Before going out, Jeremy explained that he never works the weekends, so he told us to have a good night and wished me luck with the rest of my university journey. He gave me a hug, gave my mother a hug, and a slight kiss, whilst moving his hand down towards her bum, which he found weird, but brushed it off as nothing. My mom is 37 years old, but looks young for her age, and Jeremy was easily in his 40s, so we thought Jeremy may have fancied his chances with her. Moving on, my mom and I had a great night around town and watched a couple live bands, a few glasses of wine, and were a little on the tipsy side. We get back to the hotel and the bar is still open, and we decided to have a nightcap. Whilst we are having a drink in the bar, Jeremy emerges from the back room and spots us and makes a couple of jokes. Jeremy then proceeds to watch a video on his phone in full volume of a woman screaming on the top of her lungs as if she was being murdered. The screaming was blood-curdling and made me and my mom unsettled, and also another couple at the bar looked a bit concerned as well. The video went on for 3 to 4 minutes before Jeremy laughed and went into the back. When we make our way to bed, my mom takes off her shoes after having become painful after dancing in the bars earlier. Jeremy emerges from the back room and puts his arm around my mom and says, "Oh, let me help you to your room, honey. You must be wasted after all that drinking." My mom isn't actually drunk and insists that she's fine, but Jeremy persists and basically follows us to her room and proceeds to come in, but I bid him goodnight and close the door pretty much in his face before locking it. The next morning we are up and make our way down to breakfast. The young girl working takes our breakfast order, only for Jeremy to bring them out insisting the eggs were cooked to perfection, although he claimed he never worked the weekends. My mom and I are weirded out by Jeremy at this stage and check out straight after breakfast. Jeremy sees us out and says his exact words, "I'll be seeing you very soon, Christy," my mother's name. Anyway, at that time, it doesn't strike us as unusual, and my mom drives us to my new home and helps me unpack my stuff. Then she leaves in the early afternoon as she had to work that evening in our local bar. The rest of the day goes by without much going on, but that night, I'm out drinking with one of my housemates when I get a call from my mom saying that Jeremy had just came to her bar where she works. This is no coincidence, as when we were having our nightcap, Jeremy would have heard us talking about the bar where my mom works, and he also had our address which we needed to provide at the hotel for whatever reason. He had also said to my mom when she was pouring his pint that she should go round to his friend's house after her shift, which was just around the corner. This call really scared the shit out of me. About a half hour later, my mom called me and said that Jeremy had left the bar after she rejected his offer to go to his friend's house later, but Jeremy said that he would be back for her later. This was really worrying, and I told her to make sure a customer was with her as she was locking up on her own that evening. After this call, I felt sick and didn't join my friends out at the nightclubs. In the meantime, I called my dad, who no longer speaks to my mom. They aren't on bad terms, they just chose not to keep in contact with each other after they split up a few years ago. My dad is a club bouncer, but he wasn't on duty that night. I called him and begged him to just drive down there to make sure that everything was okay. My dad clearly knew in my shaky voice that I was panicked, scared, and helpless. 1 a.m. rolled around and I didn't get a response from either my mom or my dad's phone. I was worried sick and hoped that Jeremy hadn't been waiting for her around the corner and done something to my mom while she was locking up. At 1:30 a.m., my mom finally rang me up hysterically. As she had been locking up, Jeremy had pulled up in the car with 3 other men and shouted to her to get into the car for a ride. My mom declined his advances, and he got out of the car and approached her and told her that he wouldn't tell her again. He said that she had been flirting and teasing him ever since she checked in last night. She told Jeremy that this is complete bullshit and that she wasn't into him at all. As Jeremy got closer and closer, she could smell heavy liquor. As Jeremy went to grab my mom's arm, my dad pulls behind the car and beeps his horn. This causes Jeremy to go back to the car and climb back in, and tells my mom that he knows where she lives and that he'll be waiting. The car screeches off, and my dad gets out of the car and tells her that I had told him to check on her. Scared to go home, she asked my dad to drop her off at my grandmother's as she didn't want to be home alone. After that night, we never saw Jeremy again, but my mom did make a report with the police about him and gave them the full account of what happened, but she hasn't heard back from them. I'm relieved my dad turned up to the pub when he did, as Jeremy would have easily been able to get my mom into the car as she is very small in stature, 5'2", around 120 pounds. I just hope that scumbag got what's coming to him and is behind bars. My mom has been pretty badly affected by this and is only now comfortable being alone in her house. So Jeremy, I hope you rot in hell and let's never ever meet again. Many years ago, my dad, stepmother, brother, and I went to Mexico on vacation. This was around when I was 11, so my brother was 13. We all had one hotel room, but we all had separate keys, just in case we ever got separated or wanted to go down to the lobby for a snack, etc. As we were at an all-inclusive hotel, so an 11-year-old getting food alone wasn't uncommon. One day, my brother and I wanted to go back to our room to get something. Our stepmom's camera, maybe. I don't remember. This was a pretty decent-sized resort, maybe 14 stories tall. My brother and I walked up to the elevator in the main lobby and saw a man in his early 40s just hanging out by the elevator. We figured he was just waiting for the elevator. No big deal, right? Well, considering this subreddit I'm posting it to, no. We pressed the call button. First clue that he really wasn't waiting for the elevator. A clue that we missed. The man got into the elevator with us, and we pressed our floor, 8th maybe, somewhere higher up. The man didn't press anything. Our second clue, which I found odd. My brother nudged me, but I already noticed. My brother and I got off at our floor, but our room was only a few doors down from the elevator. My brother and I were on the same wavelength though. We ran down the hall towards the last door by the emergency exit stairs and hid behind the plant next to the door. Thank God this guy didn't call our bluff. We watched him look down the hall after us and stood by the elevator for a minute before calling it and leaving.
The story takes place 3 months ago at a karaoke bar. My boyfriend's older sister Angie and I went out for the first time together. And we went to this bar that hosts a karaoke night every Friday night. She had a guy friend named Paul who met us there and had a crush on her. He bought us drinks the entire night. We were all having a good time. It was 2 a.m. and we were sitting outside because both Paul and Angie smoke, but I don't. But because I didn't want to stay in there alone or anything, I went with her. We found a wooden table with bench-like seats. The two of them sat at one side of the table and I was on the other side by myself, talking amongst them. Some random guy, let's call him Pete, was standing behind me like 3 feet away, leaning on a wall. But he was close enough that I could see him if I moved my eyes to the left a bit. Angie is very outgoing, so as we were talking, she ended up asking him some questions. I can't remember exactly what she said because I wasn't paying attention to them, but rather the people who were talking around us. He ended up responding and slowly was approaching my side of the table. Once he got to my side, he sat down beside me. I had already started to get a weird vibe from this guy. I was talking to Angie about something, and when I stopped, Pete started asking where I was from. Since it was clear I'm not from England since I don't have a British accent. I told him I was from Canada, and he told me he works for immigration at the airport. To which I said, "Oh, nice," not showing much interest. He asked what I could possibly be doing here, and I replied by telling him that I was visiting my boyfriend. Angie was even talking about how she was here with her brother's girlfriend, and other people she was having conversations with. Pete had both his arms resting on the table, one of his hands holding a glass of whatever he was drinking, and then he moved the hand that was closest to me and put it on his lap. Being that I'm a very observant person, I noticed this and was starting to feel very uncomfortable, as Angie and Paul were talking about stuff with the other people who were outside. And because my hand was resting on my lap, he moved over the bench to be closer to me and reached for my hand, and held it really firm and hard. I quickly pulled away and moved myself over a bit, and then put my hand that he had just held on the table and held onto my drink. He put it back in his lap, and within a few minutes later he was reaching under the table again, but this time he grabbed my knee and held it. I pushed the hand away again and repeated, "I have a boyfriend." And even Angie was like, "Dude, she has a boyfriend in case you didn't hear the first time, like 3 times, we've said it." So we carry on outside for the next hour, and when it gets to 3 a.m. the bar closes. Angie and I were going to go back home, but she decided she wanted to hang out at Paul's house for a bit and drink a little bit more there. So I agreed. But all of a sudden Pete asked, "Oh, well, can I come with you?" "I'm only here for tonight, and I go back to where I live tomorrow," Angie said. "I mean, it's not my house, but if my friend is fine with it, sure." So Paul allowed him to come along with us to his place. Angie called an Uber to get us to Paul's house, and we waited at the table for the Uber. Pete then said, "We can go back to my hotel room and wait for the Uber. I'm staying right here." So Angie of course agreed, but I didn't really like that idea so much because he kept saying how pretty we look the entire time we're going back to his hotel. And plus, I didn't know how to get to home myself, since I had no idea even where I was, so I just followed along. We get to the room and we wait 10 minutes for the Uber. The whole time Pete is full on staring at us, smirking and shit, for God knows whatever the reason was. We get to her friend's house and Pete continues flirting with me. He even rubbed my leg again when I was sitting on the floor because I wasn't feeling too good. Skip to where we all leave. Pete tells us he's gonna book an Uber for himself, so Angie and I naturally book a separate Uber to get home. But I ended up glancing down at his phone when he was quote unquote booking the Uber. He never actually booked a ride. He was just chilling on the app, acting like he was. I thought this was weird. So 15 minutes later, our Uber is outside. And Pete was like, "Hey, can I just hop in there with you two?" And Angie replied kind of hesitantly like, "Okay, but I thought your Uber was on its way though." And he was like, "I don't know," but with the weirdest tone in his voice. He has a smoke outside the car. Just before getting in, her and I are with the car with the driver. And that's when I tell her that he never actually booked a ride for himself. We both looked at one another for a few seconds in confusion. And you could tell that now she was seeming to get a bit more cautious with what she was doing and saying with him. So the plan was the Uber is going to drop us off to first, and then take him to wherever he was going. So because of this, she asked the Uber to take us to the road before the one with our house on it, because she didn't want him to know where we lived. Because now she finally did not trust this guy. Pete finally gets into the car, I'm on the right side, she is in the middle, and he gets in on the left. The whole time I can hear him trying to flirt with her and saying some shit like, "Wanna hook up?" Then at one point he was like, "She can join in too." Angie kept saying no a bunch of times to him. And I was looking out the window because I didn't want to look directly at him at all. But when he said that, I gave him a weird look. I don't really think he paid any attention to it though. I looked back out my own window, and this is when it got a lot more weird and a lot more creepy. He kept saying he was coming home with us and not going back to his hotel. He was not letting up. Angie told him we were walking home at a certain point because she didn't have the money to pay for the whole ride, which obviously was a lie. And he was like, "That's okay, I'll just follow you home. We can have a good time." So finally, after like 10 minutes of this, she was like, "Can you pull over?" to the driver. And he was very confused by this, probably because he'd never got asked to do this. And she was like, "Please, pull over now." So the Uber driver did. He started to wonder why she was doing this and asked, "What are you doing, babe?" She was like, "I told you, you aren't coming back home with us. Get out." At this time, I was looking directly at him. She was getting angry because he wasn't getting out of the car. So she started raising her voice and was like, "We aren't moving until you get the fuck out of this car and call yourself a different Uber." He started to get kind of serious now. I was like, "Why? What did I do? I'm sorry." She replied, "Leave." To that, he just told her he was only leaving if he gave her number. She refused. He then told us he wasn't leaving the car until she did. She said fine, took his phone and put in some random number she thought of, and then gave it back to him. He was trying to convince her to let him stay with us. She wasn't having it. Told him bye. He got out of the car finally. She slammed the door shut and told the Uber to get away from there and take us home. I was definitely worried the next time we went to that bar and hoped that Pete wasn't there. And thankfully I haven't seen him since that incident. I always wondered what would have happened if Angie wasn't as outgoing as she was and kicked him out of the car when she did. I think we would have been in some serious trouble. I recently went to Peru for my first time out of the country and had already had sketchy experiences my first couple of days there. My friend and I were staying at a hostel, and she didn't tell me the bathrooms were co-ed until she mentioned running into a guy at the showers. Essentially, it was a large open-air room with the left side for men and the right side for women, but nothing locked. And they were joined by a set of sinks that only had curtains for privacy. I waited until it was late and quiet in the hostel, thinking I could quickly shower. At the time, I thought the shower portion itself had a lock. It turned out to be either broken or non-existent. But in for a penny, out for a pound, and I was seemingly alone, so it was now or never. No sooner had I turned the shower on and undressed did I hear a pair of men enter the bathroom talking. The men seemed to pause, and I understood them to be saying in Spanish something like, "Someone is in there, in the shower." The only thing that separated me from them was about 8 feet of curved walkway, a bathroom stall door I had opened all the way to offer some faux protection, and the broken screen that was stuck open a few inches. So essentially, nothing was stopping him from walking over and seeing me, or coming right in. I didn't have a signal, so I didn't bring my cell phone. The men had gotten closer talking, and I was worried they would come in. So I threw my dress back on and pressed against the side of the little shower area so he wouldn't see me right away if he peeked in. One of the men seemed to leave, and I heard the other one walk around to the men's side. Again, this is one large room with adjoining sets of toilets and showers. The ceiling was open air. We were not physically far apart. The band began softly crooning to me what seemed to be a Spanish romance song. I wasn't focused on the translating and missed the panicking. He went on for a while I stood there just hiding, terrified he was going to come in and well aware I couldn't leave without going past him. Eventually, he stopped singing and left, and I started crying at that point as the adrenaline gave way to relief. I have PTSD, and I've been in and had family in terrible situations. and I had been genuinely afraid in that moment. It might seem funny to some of you, but I was stuck in a bathroom in a foreign country with a man who realized a woman, presumably showering naked, was present, who couldn't leave without passing him, and he decided to stand there and sing at her. You're not romantic. You're a toilet creeper.
I'm a male, and this happened to me when I was 11. So it would have had to been 2002 in Monterey, California, at a hotel on Mother's Day. This all started in the morning, early afternoon, when I went downstairs to the lobby to watch my cartoons on the big hotel lobby TV, as opposed to the teeny one in our room. My mom was getting ready in her room, and my dad was out buying my mom a Mother's Day gift. As I'm sitting down alone, minding my own business, I felt something brush the back of my hair, and I hear, "Your hair is so pretty." I had longer hair as a kid. I had the skater look. I turn around to see a pretty big guy in his early 40s. He goes and sits down to a chair next to me. He begins to just chat about random things, asking about my mom while he continues to compliment my hair, and he takes off his hat to show me his longer hair, which was rather unkempt. He then starts to ask if I wanted to go around town with him, and saying little cliche things like, "I'll buy you whatever you want. We can go clothes shopping." That's what got me a little nervous after the constant compliments, and now he's trying to entice me with gifts. So when he got called to the desk to retrieve his key, I went back up to the room and told my mom what happened, but she just kind of shrugged it off and asked me to go get a Coke from the vending machine. I went to go get one for her when I ran into the same guy on the third story of the hotel, and he calls out for me. He talks about how he couldn't find his room and that he needed help, and I said yes when I probably should have got to my mom or another adult. So after a little searching, we found his room, and then he begins to ask me to go into his room to chat, continues to ask me for help to bring his things up to the room, and after declining a few more times, he just asked me if I could open the door for him with his door key. I told him all you have to do is slide your key in the little slot, and then he asked me for a hug. This is when I got a little weirded out, so I just bolted the fuck up the stairs back towards the room, and he just starts hollering back from me, saying he thought we were friends. So, creepy hotel patron, let's not meet. This is actually my first post ever, but when I found this sub, I had to share my story. It still gives me the creeps every time I think about it, even though it happened over 8 years ago. The night of my sister's wedding, the hotel realized that they were overbooked, and my boyfriend and I suddenly found ourselves needing to find another hotel room at almost 11 p.m. on a Saturday night. We drove around for what seems like forever in the town that we were in, and finally found a vacancy at a Super 8 hotel. It wasn't in the best neighborhood, but the rooms were clean enough. My boyfriend had way too much to drink at the wedding, and he passed out cold as soon as we got into the room. Back then, I used to smoke a little, and had brought some, and proceeded to watch TV and smoke a little pot. At about 12:30 a.m., all of a sudden I hear a huge bang on our hotel room door. I literally almost fell out of bed. It scared me so bad. Someone was on the other side of the door banging, like door shaking, heart-stopping banging on the door. I should also mention that these hotels had the entryways set up on the outside of the hotel, so whoever it was did not have to come into the hotel. They could have just walked out from the street. I tried to wake up my drunk boyfriend, but could not get him awake, no matter what I did. I still to this day do not understand how all this ruckus did not wake him up. The super loud banging on the door continued relentlessly. All of a sudden, the man on the other side of the door started screaming and yelling through the door in another language, something with an island accent, and is wailing at the top of his lungs. The wailing, it was legit the most scary, haunting sound I've ever heard. I can't even begin to describe the sound of his wailing, other than that it was the most gut-wrenching sound. I was too terrified to walk up to the window to look out, and was scared to call the police because of the pot smoke that the room smelled of. I tried to call the front desk, but the phone just rang and rang. This continued for at least 20 to 30 minutes, the whole time with a loud banging, wailing and foreign words being yelled in an angry voice. I thought he was gonna kick in the door or break the window because he was going freaking crazy out there. I was so terrified that I went into the opposite corner of the room and just sat in the corner crying until it finally stopped. No one from any of the rooms came out or anything, so maybe they were all vacant. I have no idea, but it seemed like this lasted forever. When it stopped, I heard the man go down the outside stairs, so I know he left. Still, I did not sleep at all that night. When my boyfriend finally woke up, I told him about the scary wailing man, and we left as soon as he woke up. When I was checking out of the hotel, I asked the lady at the front desk had there been some incident or anything reported by anyone, and she said no. Is this a normal occurrence here? I've never been so happy to leave a hotel in my life. Scary, angry, wailing man. Let's not meet. So a little backstory for this one. My sister, 21, and I were road tripping to the West Coast to move there, and we stopped at a hotel for one of the nights to split up a 2-day drive in mid-June. We also brought along her super friendly but intimidating Black Brittany Pitbull mix pup. I should also mention that I am a 17-year-old feminine looking guy that often gets mistaken for a girl because of my figure. Now on to the story. So we got to the hotel around 7 p.m., checked in, and got to our room on the second floor. Everything was going great, but we were hungry from the trip. Since our back was hurting from the drive, I reluctantly went down about 2 blocks to get us some sandwiches. The walk goes fine, there and back, and as soon as I'm back in the building I am hungry and ready to eat. Much to my dismay, my sister informs me that she forgot things in her car and she wants me to go get them. Whatever. I take her keys and run down to the car. It only takes about 5 minutes and I'm back at the hotel again. Now, this hotel is one of those where the walkway to the rooms is an open balcony and the elevator is only accessible with a key. So I walk up to it, and as I do, I see these 2 men seemingly about to get into their car, or so I thought. One had his hand on the door of the car, but upon seeing me, they both headed towards the elevator. I've read enough of these stories here to see where the situation is headed. I decided that if I walk away, that would just invite them to follow me. I'm in a city I've never been in, by the way, so I use my key card and press the elevator button. I get in and, unsurprisingly, they do too. I think to myself, now what? And all of a sudden I remember that my sister had pepper spray on her lanyard with her keys. I firmly grasp it with my hand and have my finger resting on the top, ready to spray. Now thankfully, our room is a turn to the right and then a straight shot from the elevator. I get off and try to let them get off first so that they wouldn't be behind me, but they insisted I go first. Great. So now, I'm fast walking to our room, keycard in one hand, pepper spray in the other, ready to slam the door when I get in. I open the door and these dudes are right behind me, seriously like 5 inches away, probably ready to grab me. I open the door and say, "Hey, I have your stuff in the car," making sure that they hear me loud and clear, and push it past the dog into my room. I close the door and see them looking in at my sister, who was sitting on the bed, facing the door. I see them turn to walk past our room to the right, where there is only one other room. I give my sister a look like, "Holy shit, you won't believe these creeps," and lock the door behind me. I think, had they not seen my sister and her dog, they most likely would have followed me into my room and done who knows what to me. My sister also says that she saw them walk past our window and look in because the blinds weren't closed all the way. I think we heard them talking to a woman on the hall and heard them say goodbye, so they probably aren't even staying there. So creepy guys at the hotel, let's not fucking meet again. So about 1 or 1.5 years ago, I went on a school trip to New York. We tried to minimize every cost, so we would stay in hostels. They were pretty nice, to be fair. One day we came back and we were huddled in the courtyard kind of section in front to get debriefed on the following day. There were us 30 kids plus 3 teachers. The lead teacher was stood on a bench as she addressed us. This tall skinny man that was walking past stopped and joined our group. A few of the boys noticed and pointed it out. We had gotten a few questions from people on the trip about who we were, so we didn't find this weird at first. The man then saw the teacher staring at him and blurted out, "You're so beautiful." She was flattered but a little confused as he remained there as if he joined us. It was super weird. He kept complimenting her. As we filed into the lobby, he followed us. One of the teachers flagged one of the staff down and they kindly stepped in. "Hi, what room are you in?" Yeah, 3. As he tries to get past him. 3? What floor? What section? I lost my key. He runs past him and continues to follow our group. We were going to the basement to use the kitchen, so it was definitely not a coincidence. It doesn't sound that crazy, but it was just super creepy. This one happened a few weeks ago, and it happened really fast, in a matter of seconds. So I'm working as a delivery guy for lunch meals in school. I basically start working at 3 a.m., loading my refrigerated truck with all the meals, couple hundreds a day, and deliver them to all kinds of small schools that don't have a real kitchen, and they'll just have to heat up the meals for the kids at lunch. I have to start the work this early because, of course, all the deliveries at the schools have to be before noon. We also deliver to kindergarten, and they need their meals before 10:30. So this morning, I've literally just started my delivery round as I'm arriving at the very first school I deliver. It's a village next to a big road, kind of on a mountain. And to get to the school, you have to drive all the way up to the top of the village, going on little streets. Then the school itself is a bit offset from the road. There's a few houses around, but on the very spot I stop my truck to make my deliveries, there's just a school on one side, and on the other side, there's a few meters of large grass, followed by a parking lot. At this specific spot, there's absolutely no light, since the public lights are off till 5 a.m., and I'm here around 4 a.m. every morning. My only way to get some light is to get to the door where I need to deliver the meals, and to let the engine of my truck run, so I can light up the wall of the school with my headlights. Everything else around me is literally pitch black. So I do my delivery, come back out, close the back door of my truck, and realize I have to take a piss. So I stop by the grass against my truck to do it before hopping back in. As I said, it's pitch black. I'm literally facing darkness, and I can't see shit in front of me except for the lights of the city that is like about 10 miles away downhill. I'm chilling here while peeing, looking at the sky cause there's not a cloud. Since there's no public lights, I can see the stars pretty good. Then as I'm finishing, I put my head back down to a more normal line of sight. With the lights of the city downhill in front of me, I see a silhouette passing in front of it. I literally get goosebumps thinking about it again and writing about it. I can just see the shape of a head and shoulders passing by a few meters in front of me in the darkness, and I only see it because of the city that's far away. At this moment, I'm done and closing my belt to get back in my truck, and I kinda instantly freak out, started walking along the side of my truck to get back in. I was behind the truck peeing, not close to the driver's door. I'm thinking to myself, nah man, that wasn't real. You didn't see a head and shoulders, just some leaves or a branch getting in the view, and you misinterpreted that. But I wasn't buying it at all. I was sure of what I saw, and I was freaking out. But here's the worst part. Once I'm back in my truck ready to leave, clutching into first gear, I take a look to my left mirror as I'm starting to slowly put my truck in motion, and there, I fucking see a figure behind my truck peeking to check on me as I got back into my truck. It confirmed that I didn't imagine it. There is someone here at 4 a.m. in complete darkness, pitch black, walking here for some reason, just a few meters in front of me, and they could clearly see me cause remember I left the headlights on to light up the wall. So I was watching pitch black, but they could see me clearly. and the engine was running next to me, so I couldn't hear if they made little noises when walking around. And this person followed me back to my truck and peeked at me for whatever reason. I got so freaked out, and I still am. I'm not delivering to the school for 2 weeks because it's winter holidays here in France, but I'm generally scared to go back there. I might be a 6'3", 230-pound dude, but this is scary as fuck. How could you even hope to defend yourself as someone wants to attack you if they can clearly see you and you can't? So this happened about 15 years ago when I was 18. I used to work in a newsagent cafe franchise in a large mall. We got a lot of creeps for some reason, to the point that all of the girls stopped wearing makeup and tried to have the worst hairstyle we could to make us as unappealing as possible. So you can imagine the extent of the issue. I've always looked younger. I had to show my ID to buy alcohol until I was 30, so with no makeup, I probably looked about 15. One day, a creepy dad comes in with his son. The dad was over 50, huge, bald, dressed in all leather, biker style, and his son was about my age and looks like the stereotypical nerd, thin, tall, glasses, looking at his feet. First, the dad asked to buy some bus tickets. I checked the drawer, which is pretty low, and had to bend down to look into it. This is important. But I didn't see any, so I asked my coworker to check if there are any in the back. She comes back and says, "We're out." So I say, "I'm sorry, sir, we don't have any tickets at the moment." And here's where the creepiness begun. "Oh, that's a shame. Could you maybe look in the drawer again? You look so pretty when you bend over." I'm a bit shocked, but I say, "I'm sure we don't have any left, sir." I can see him looking at our cigarette shelf, which goes all the way up the wall to the ceiling. He makes a smug face and says he wants Marlboros. They are at the very top, and I would have to use a ladder to get to them. But for that very reason, we had a box of cigarettes from the top shelf under the counter. So I make a smug face too, and pour the Marlboros from there. "Oh no, I was hoping that you'd go on the ladder, so I could have a better look at you." I was trying really hard to tell myself not to say fuck off. "Well, I have them here, so no need for the ladder." Shame. "Oh, what's that pendant you have there?" While basically shoving his face into my cleavage. I jumped back, of course. I was really uncomfortable at this point. I now know that the easiest way out of it would be to ask my male colleague to take over, but this was my first job and I didn't know any better, so I didn't say anything and was just quickly packing his stupid cigarettes so I could get rid of him ASAP. In the meantime, his poor son, visibly embarrassed, pulled his sleeve once every so often and went, "Dad, can we please go?" But the dad didn't react to that at all. I mean, total silence. Didn't even look at him. Finally, the cigarettes are packed. I tell him his total, and as he's paying, he goes, "What time are you getting off work tonight, honey?" With a sleazy smile. The son is completely red in the face and keeps repeating, "Dad, let's go," but to no avail. At that moment, something finally clicked in my brain, and I remembered an interview with a beauty pageant contestant who said the best way to blow off old creeps is to make them feel, well, old. So I smiled my most beautiful smile and said with a sweet giggly voice, "Oh sir, I think you're even older than my daddy." Well, that did it. He got red, grabbed his son and literally stormed out, dragging the kid behind him. He even left his cigs, so there's a silver lining there. Because I'm a smoker, and since they were already paid for, and he didn't come back for them, my boss let me take them. Still, it was really creepy, and I'm uncomfortable thinking about it even after these 15 years. I'm also sorry for the kid. He seemed nice, and I can't imagine the embarrassment I would feel if my dad was hitting on and harassing girls my age. I'm a 20-year-old female. I work as a bank teller. I noticed a guy around my age who would come in with an older man. They'd come in and do their banking and would try to have a conversation with me. The vibe that they gave off immediately made me uncomfortable. They looked like sharks circling their prey. They would compliment me on how attractive I was and would say how nice my shirt showed off my breast. I wore business attire, so there was nothing inappropriate in what I was wearing. I tried my best to ignore it and focus on my job. Every time they'd come in, they'd make inappropriate comments to me. One day, I saw them walking from the parking lot towards the door. I quickly told my boss that those were the men that came in and that had been bothering me. She told me to hide in the back area, and I quickly obliged. A few of my coworkers waited on some of the other customers. After 10 minutes, one of my coworkers came in to tell me that the guy had brought a pumpkin in for me as a gift. My boss told them that I was on lunch, but he insisted that he would wait to give it to me in person. After a half hour of these men standing in the lobby, some of my coworkers gave me glances of pity from where they were standing. My boss finally told them that I had to leave early, and they left the pumpkin with one of my coworkers to give to me. I came out of the vault, and 3 of my coworkers asked me what was this all about. I filled them in and told them that I refused to wait on those men going forward. They laughed and asked why they were passing out a pumpkin as a gift. I quickly threw it in the trash and felt very uncomfortable. On another day, I was managing the customers in the lobby all by myself. We were short-handed, and it was during lunchtime. The same guy who gave me the pumpkin walked in. The older guy wasn't with him today. I nervously looked around and didn't see my boss in her office. He came to my counter with his creepy smile and asked how I liked the pumpkin. I was very nervous, and I'm sure it showed, but he didn't seem to care. I noticed that he was moving his hands rhythmically below his belt while looking very turned on. I could tell he was trying to pleasure himself, but the counter was blocked from my view, thank God. But I remember that there were cameras where he was standing. He suddenly left when another customer walked in. When my boss came back into the office, I told her what happened. The next day, the 2 men came back in looking for me. I quickly hid, and my boss motioned for them to step in her office. I don't know exactly what was said, but they were told not to come back to our branch location or they would experience consequences. I never saw them again. So about 25 years ago, I worked for a company that hired handicapped people to work at various places like recycling centers and so on. I primarily supervised 2 different crews, one during the week and one on weekends, and they had 2 people per crew. Most of the people I employed were mentally stunted in some capacity, but were hard workers. The 2 weekend workers I hardly ever saw, so I'm gonna focus on Amanda and Peter. Not their real names, for privacy. Peter is the subject of the story, but Amanda was fascinating in her own right, as she admitted to me after working with her for a while that she never washed her clothes. She literally wore the same matted, dingy outfit every day, all day, and only bathed once a month. All their teeth were blackened, rotten nubs, and the sheer, unadulterated putrid smell that emanated from her body and her mouth was truly vile. I'm not exaggerating by saying that I could not be within a few feet of her for more than a second, and even then I held my breath. She was actually okay to deal with, and other than her extreme lack of any semblance of hygiene, was a good worker and generally amiable. But enough about her. So the first thing you noticed about Peter was that he was large. I am stocky, 6 foot, and wear XL, and Peter made me look like a medium. He also had a metal prosthetic where his right hand used to be. Naturally, being young at the time, I asked Peter what happened to his hand. Not immediately, but after working together a while. He explained that he didn't want to talk about it, but he did tell me that he has schizophrenia and that he took lithium. He was a big teddy bear generally, and unless spoken to, was very quiet. To be honest, he was kind of a sad figure that projected a somber loneliness to him. He told me once about how he was a security guard at an abandoned warehouse at one time and had to quit because he heard some disembodied voices communicating to him from the machine and AC noises. But mostly he was just quiet and gentle when he was around me. If not approached, he could just sit and stare at the wall for hours, and I'm not joking. We tended the grounds of the interstate rest area from late afternoon till evening. I stayed there a couple hours after Amanda and Peter left, and one night Peter asked if he could stay with me and talk with me. This was almost after a year working together. I told him, sure, but it would have to be off the clock. We ended up sitting out in the company truck in the parking lot. It was about 11 p.m. We were talking about all random types of things that I no doubt brought up, as he was introverted. He suddenly asked me if I wanted to know what happened to his hand. I tried not to show my excitement, but I had been morbidly curious for months. He tells me that when he was a teenager, that he had got involved with a satanic cult. His words. In retrospect, he is from a small town and a very religious family. They were probably Wiccan or pagan, or just having a laugh. So after a while, he becomes obsessed that these Satan worshippers had put the mark of the beast on his hand. He could not get the idea out of his head. I should also add, at this point, he was not yet diagnosed with schizophrenia, and no one knew that he was slowly losing touch with reality. Finally, after a few weeks of obsessing, he goes out to his parents' woodshed and takes a fishing knife and proceeds to cut off his own hand. I asked him what he felt, what was he thinking, what it looked like. He said that he couldn't feel much of it in his near-religious psychosis, but remembers when he cut through the tendons and viscera of his wrists that they sprang back up the forearm like a taut rope suddenly released of pressure. He said that all he could think over and over was, I'm going to heaven, since presumably he had cut off the mark of the beast. Meanwhile, I could only imagine the blood-curdling screams probably got the attention of his poor parents. One or both of them rushed out to see what was wrong. Can you imagine finding your child covered in blood, missing a hand, and ranting about the mark of the beast and revelations? So they grabbed him and rushed him to the nearest hospital. Since this was a very small town, they flew him to a larger town with adequate facilities for such trauma. Before sending him, one of the doctors asked if they had brought the hand so it could be reattached. In their haste and panic, his parents had overlooked it, so someone was sent back for the gruesome task of recovering the hand to send it to the hospital. The officer, or whomever was sent, went back, and the hand was gone. Now, I know what you're thinking. Bullshit. I thought so too, but it makes sense when you think about it. We live out in the middle of the Ozarks. Either a dog, a raccoon, or a coyote could have got it. Who knows how long it took for all this to transpire. In any event, he had surgery to heal the wound and was diagnosed as a paranoid schizophrenic. He later got fitted for one of those shoulder cables to open a prosthetic hook. It gave him limited use, but was better than nothing. This was before the cool prosthetics that they have now. I asked him about what would have happened if they reattached the hand, had they have found it. He said at the time, and under the state of mind, he would have cut it off again. There's more to the story, but it's too long as it is. I should also add, I haven't seen Peter in nearly 25 years, but I think about him a lot, and hope he's doing better. On Tuesday, I had a person come into my job. I worked in women's clothing, and it was a customer I had helped on 3 other occasions over the last 8 months. They said that they were a man with he/him as pronouns, but that his girlfriend liked it when he dressed up in women's clothing. I didn't find anything wrong with this because I enjoyed helping people feel good about themselves. I asked if this was consensual, and he said yes, he enjoyed it too. On this particular day, he came in, this time with a wig and dress on, which again, I found no issues with. In fact, I felt proud of him. He asked for the fitting room once no one else was in the store, and asked for my opinion on something he was wearing. I agreed. He opened the fitting room door and was standing there with a blouse on and no pants, but was wearing a pink and white polka dotted diaper. I was shaking and uncomfortable, but maintained my composure and said that the top was cute and turned away. He tried on another outfit and was fully clothed this time, and asked if we had anything shorter because his girlfriend likes when he's getting a pedicure and the lady doing his toes can see his diaper. I grew more uncomfortable, but being alone, I didn't say anything other than, "Oh, that's interesting." He asked if we had any long shirts that can be used as a dress, and I said yes and went to fetch them. I came back, and one by one he came out with a top with his diaper showing, and even told me the story about him peeing himself at a sex store and his girlfriend changing his diaper in front of the employees who were turned on by this. The discomfort grew and grew until I was shaking and texted my coworker to come in early. He comes out of the fitting room in the dress he came in with and turned away and acted like he was on the phone, but I noticed it was a calculator instead. I stood there trying to calm down and everything when he comes back and says that his girlfriend gave him a task of taking a photo with me in his bra and diaper. I declined and said I wasn't okay with that. He said that it was okay, but that he was going to get a spanking from her later. He left shortly after, thanking me for my help, but not purchasing anything, which was a first. I brushed the experience off as a weird occurrence and went about my day thinking that I wouldn't see him again for a few months. I went home later that day and my coworker texted me saying that he was back doing the same thing to her and that he left again without making a purchase. The next day I asked my coworker to come in early so I wasn't there alone, and she did. He came in again and I went to the back because I was about to have a panic attack. I felt sexually harassed simply just looking at him and picturing the look he had when he was staring at me in his diaper. I overheard him asking my coworkers my name and when I would be working again. She didn't give him either, and he left again, making a purchase on the blouse he had tried on the day before. My coworker told me he identifies as she, which threw me off since it contradicted what he had told me the day before. At this point, I filed a report with the police. An officer comes to talk to me, and I tell him everything. The next day, I was off work, and I get a call from my coworker saying that he drove by looking into the store, and when my coworker caught him staring, he drove away. I went to the police station since I had to drop off my statement and informed them on what happened. The next day, I opened the store and had to go by the bank. When I was driving to the bank, I noticed this truck outside of an auto parts store. I called the investigator and told him about this, and he got the tag number and noticed he had a sticker from a local campsite that expires Monday. It's February. Who the fuck is camping in February by a lake? All in all, I feel good knowing more about him than he knows about me. I know his name, where he works, and that he's got a campsite until Monday. I didn't see him yesterday or today, and I'm hoping that he got the message that he scared the fuck out of me. I'll keep you updated as this goes on. Edit. For context, I'm a 25-year-old female. I'm 5'2". The man from this post is about 6'5", 350 pounds, late 30s, mid 40s. Hopefully this will help shed some light on why I was worried to call this person out on their shit while I was alone. Update. He came in today while I was working, and the cops were called. He has been banned from the store, and if he comes back, he'll be arrested. If anything else happens, I'll be sure to post it here. About a month ago, I started working at a nursing home near where I live. I gotta say, it's not a bad job if strong smells and putrid sights don't bother you. The residents here are usually sweet and lovable, although there is rude, grumpy people here as well. Who can really blame them though? They don't have many years left, and many of them don't get visitors anymore. It fulfills me to talk with them and give them someone to talk to since their families are no longer around. All was going well here with the job until they put me on the dementia wing. I've always known that I would have to work in this wing. They bounce me around floors, pretty much wherever they need me. At first, it was just another normal day, putting together my carts and cleaning the floors. However, after I came back from my 15-minute break, I started getting very unsettled. I'm not sure what caused this trigger, but if I had to guess, it was because I was too tired to really take in how creepy this side of the facility was. The rooms are strewn about almost randomly, as if they are trying to pack as many people in here as possible. The residents here are often gray and gloomy, missing hair and teeth. I walked along the crowded halls, cleaning room by room, really taking in these people's lives and trying to piece together some story. What unnerved me more was the rooms without a lot of possessions, as if someone simply said, "They're so far from gone, why would they need a lot of stuff?" broken clocks that no longer worked or were set at a very wrong time, as if to really pound in my head that most of these men and women have no concept of time anymore. The overhead lights would drone on. The rectangular boxes that house a reminder of the back rooms in a vague sense. This reminder was greatly heightened in the residents' bathrooms, where the buzzing was harsher, louder, more vivid. I turned off I don't know how many lights in those bathrooms to ease myself a bit. The walls were a pinkish tan color. For some reason, the color seemed to fit perfectly with the unsettling atmosphere. The staff was even creepy in a sense. The way they weren't put off by it, but seemed joyful, made me feel more out of place here. I wanted to go home this day. I'm not a weak-minded person by any means, but something about the atmosphere was making me incredibly uncomfortable. Like I was a ghost walking through these halls. Now, there's only about 10 to 15 rooms left. I pulled my car into the big open alcove in the hallway where most of the residents were sitting in wheelchairs, as none of them had the strength to walk anymore. They were staring mindlessly at the TV playing cute videos of animals, assumingly to put the residents at ease. However, this one thing that made me feel comfort quickly turned to dread. Their eyes, they looked at me with such sorrow, as if to say help me, without saying anything at all. I'm not really sure how many of them could actually speak. Some of them would look at me and ask me, "Where am I?" And I'm at a loss as I don't know how to answer in a way that they would understand. Then, the screaming, the cries for help, the yelling for anyone to comfort them. Yelling out blood-curdling screams when the nurses would remotely touch them in any way. I just have to watch as I'm just a janitor who cleans their rooms. No, their homes. I'm not allowed to touch the patient. No way to give them comfort other than words when they can barely hear, let alone process what I'm saying. This wing is so unnerving and sad. While listening and watching, all this does is remind me of a piece of art known as Everywhere at the End of Time. And I feel as if this experience is only more unnerving, having prior knowledge of the sad piece of art. The worst part of all, this could easily be any one of us when we get old, not knowing what is real and what isn't, and crying out for loved ones who aren't there and will never come. At work on Monday, a guy came up to me asking if we had coupons. He was all leaned on the counter, asking me how my day was, asking if I worked third shift, and calling me beautiful. Then, literally today, I'm scrolling on Facebook and I see a picture of him, and the thing that said that he murdered his grandma. I'm pretty sure it was a few days ago, because it said the police went to do a welfare check this morning, so it makes me think that no one had heard from her for a little while. I'm stunned. So, I work the overnight shift at a hotel. We get some weirdos every now and then, but it's usually nothing more than the typical drunk asshats come from a nearby club looking if there's any available rooms. Around 1 a.m., this very normal looking woman comes in and is taking a long while in the lobby before coming to the desk to check in. I look up her reservation and try to run her card, but it keeps declining. She responds by saying just check her in anyways and that she'll figure it out later. Obviously, I can't do that, to which she tells me to get a manager. I get my manager, who explains the same thing, and this lady switches up her entire demeanor instantly and starts acting fucking crazy. What follows was honestly more comical to me than creepy, but she starts speaking in third person, claiming that her vessel is being used by a demon and that if we didn't treat her with more respect, she would curse our entire lives. My manager says something along the lines of, "Cool, but we still need a credit card." And then this woman starts mixing up all types of lore and terminologies from popular witch media, calling us muggles and listing off the curses that she would be putting on us, and that it would be for 1,000 years minimum. She also kept saying that she used to work for Teen Vogue magazine. Anyways, eventually security came to escort her out, but the whole thing was weird as hell. Cracks me up, but also creeps me out. I am a dog walker for a small but busy company. I have one client in somewhat of a nicer neighborhood that I go to twice a week in the mornings. Like most people who use dog walkers, they use a lockbox. They decided to keep theirs behind a vase next to their apartment door. It was already a busy Monday for me, and I was in a bit of a rush. I was hoping to get Maya, their Bernedoodle puppy, by 9:45 so I could stay on track for the day. After finding parking, which is usually hell, I made my way up the apartment to the door. I wrapped my hands around the vase, intending to grab the lockbox. Nothing. I wasn't alarmed at first. Sometimes the owner forgets to put out the lockbox. Not super common, but it happens. I look around for a bit, but have no luck, so I text the owner. I'll call her Kay for her privacy. Usually when I do text her, I get no response since she's so busy, but I text her anyways, asking her where the lockbox could possibly be, since it's not in the usual spot. About 5 minutes pass without a response, and I'm honestly getting a bit irritated. I already have a busy day driving all around the city, and now I'm going to be running behind. So I start knocking. There's a chance that her husband would be home. Sometimes he is. I knock about 3 separate times until I hear some shuffling upstairs. So someone is home. It takes a bit of time, but I hear someone making their way down the stairs. The door opens. It's not Kay, nor her husband. A man stands in front of me. He's only wearing a white towel that's barely hanging off his hips. He's holding Maya in his arms, and he's extremely caught off guard. I'm confused and also caught off guard, but I'm not quite horrified. Maybe they're having a visitor stay with them, or maybe someone was having an affair. Maybe that's why the lockbox was absent. Hey, I'm here to take Mia for her walk. He lets her run out into the hallway and hands the leash and collar over, which are always on the staircase railing. I asked him to please give me the lockbox to keep outside since I needed to get back inside, and he gives it to me. We head out for the walk, and I'm a bit flabbergasted. Did I just walk in on an affair? Was he a visitor? It wasn't too out of the ordinary. Sometimes clients forget to mention they have guests. Then during my walk, I get a message from my manager. Do you have Maya? Then she calls. I pick up and let her know that I have Maya and we're on the walk. She says she just got a weird message from Kay, the owner. She had stated that a man had came by earlier, saying that he was the new dog walker and needed their lockbox code. I guess her husband gave him the code. I then told her about the man in the towel when I got to the apartment and how the lockbox was gone. Told her that I wasn't sure if I had walked in on something or if he was a guest. Well, he wasn't a secret lover or a guest. He was not supposed to be there. Police were called immediately. I was told to absolutely not go back into the home. I called Kay's husband, and as he was on his way back over, Kay was en route from work. The husband tells me that he feels so stupid for telling the man the code and believing him, but that he was in a rush out the door and didn't assume anything bad. I continue walking down the street, quite a busy major street, and then I spot a familiar man across the street. He runs across the street towards me, holding a beer in his hand. Hi doggy, he goes. It was the same man from inside the apartment, and then he just ran back across the street. I immediately turned in the other direction into one of the side streets and called Kay's husband. He was near in the neighborhood and tells me he just saw a man matching the description. Once Kay and her husband arrived, we went upstairs to scope out the apartment, expecting something to be missing. Nothing. Everything was perfectly in place, untouched. The only thing different was some dirty water in the shower that had just been used. I was so happy that no one was hurt, but how did he know that they had a dog walker? I work part-time at a grocery store, and I usually work the closing shift. About 30 minutes to close, a lady comes to my register. She's polite, friendly, and seemed very normal. She pays for her groceries, and I hand her the receipt. She leaves. Seemed normal to me. About 10 minutes after we close, I'm headed to my bike, but she stopped me before I could leave the store. She claimed that she had left her phone inside, and that she needed to get it. She hadn't left her phone. It would have been at the register, and I had thoroughly cleaned it, as well as the surrounding area before I clocked out. But I offered to go in and check anyways, because maybe it had been dropped on the floor. I wanted to get home, and luckily, my manager offers to call her phone. so I headed back to my bike to get going. The moment I take the lock off my bike, she drives over to me, making small talk. It's a bit weird, seeing that I'm clearly trying to get home and she doesn't know me at all. She tells me that I have a cool bike, asking me where I got it. I explained to her that it's electric and I had got it from Amazon. She tells me that she didn't know that they made electric bikes, but then tells me a few minutes later about how she's been looking to get an electric bike for a while now. She asked to take a picture of my bike, and then suddenly asked me why I was still wearing my mask, going on about how it could give me sinus problems. I declined to take it off since she's taken a photo, which I noticed the camera is aimed more so at me than my bike, even though I stepped away so she could get a better view of the bike itself. Unknown to me, my manager and another worker were watching the whole interaction, and after this woman finally left, they went over to me and asked if I was okay. I didn't really think much of it, telling them that it was fine and that she just wanted to know about my bike. I headed home, but on my way I thought a little bit more about the interaction. She came back to the store claiming she lost her phone, but I had it on her the whole time. She took a picture with it. She kept repeating my name in our conversation as often as she could, almost like she was trying to memorize it. She took a photo of me as well as my mode of transportation, all while trying to get me to take off my mask right before taking it, as if to be able to see my entire face. Sorta creepy. Even weirder was when I turned back to the store to see if she was still there. I saw a police car, which, after leaving the parking lot, turned its sirens on and sped off in the direction the lady left in. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but this interaction just seemed really strange. Anyway, let me know if I'm overthinking things, or if you'd be creeped out too. I'm a female. When this happened, I was 19 years old. I was going to a local community college, but I was working part-time at a local bakery to make some extra cash. I still lived with my parents. I worked for a nice family-owned bakery. I was a cashier. They hired professional cooks to do the rest. The layout of the bakery was like this. Front side, where the customers came in and chose what they wanted and paid. This is where I mostly worked. In the middle of the building is where the orders are taken and where the breads and cakes were packaged and boxed. The back of the store was mostly storage. All flours, sugars, and ovens were stored back there. There was a crew of about 8 guys that worked in the back after the cooks left for the day. They mostly cleaned the equipment and almost never came up front. There's this guy around my age who obviously liked me. However, he didn't speak English, so we never spoke. I'll call him Rob. If I had to go in the back, he'd always wink or blow kisses at me. I mostly ignored him as I wasn't interested. Rob must have let the other crew members know that he was interested, because every time I would go back there, one of the other guys would whistle and Rob would come out from wherever he was and stare adoringly at me. I didn't feel threatened yet, but it was getting annoying. I didn't tell my boss because I was embarrassed. They hired an extra person back there. Let's call him H. H heard that Rob liked me, so he decided to like me too. Soon, H was flirting, but was more aggressive than the other one. They were clearly competing against one another. I had to go back to retrieve some boxes, and H put his hand on me, told me I was his girlfriend. I was too afraid to tell him to leave me alone. I was leaving for the day, and both these guys were in their own cars, parked next to me. They were waiting for me to leave. I get in my car, and H opens my passenger door and hops in. He tells me, "You're driving me to my house." I was way different than I am now, 25 years later. Now, I would have told him to leave, but back then, I was scared, and I always felt as if I couldn't defend myself. He grabbed my hand and kept calling me his girlfriend. I drove him and dropped him off, which was close by. All the while, the car with this Rob guy and 5 other of the crew members were tailgating me all the way there. I could literally hear them keep yelling bitch and slut in their native language at me. Because how dare I do this to Rob, even though I never said or hinted that I ever liked these guys. Another time, when I tried to leave work, Rob and those same 5 men tried to follow me home. I made a bunch of turns and ended up losing them. That's when I knew I couldn't take this anymore. I found a new job and put in my 2 weeks notice. Other than my boss, I told no one else I was quitting. On my last day, I had to go to the back room to get some supplies. H walked up to me and said, "You're taking me home again. I'll see you outside at 4. I look over and see Rob looking at me angrily, and he called me a slut again. This is when I knew this was about to get a lot worse. It was bad enough that the other workers tried to keep tabs on me. One of them stole my number from the boss's office. Thankfully, they didn't find my address. My plan was I was going to clock out right at 4 and then hopefully get out of there without him catching me. I got my coat that I kept in the front of the store, which was usually kept in the back. I did this so I didn't have to go back there. Right at 4, I went to the office section and clocked out. There was no one back there. I got into the parking lot with nobody in sight and drove out of there. Later that night, H called my phone asking for me. My mom told him that I was moving out, so he shouldn't call back. I'm glad that stopped it. I had to go back to the bakery a week later to get my paycheck. This was before automatic deposits, where your check goes right into your bank account. One of the friends of Rob was working and saw me. He looked at me as if I committed murder or something. I'm real glad I left that job when I did. The situation was going to get worse. I would have definitely handled this differently if this happened now. What do you do when there's nothing else left? I was a college graduate who, 2 years after collecting my certificate, was still unemployed. There was a gaping blank on my resume. Add to the fact that my debts were now out of control, and it's fair to say I was a mess and growing ever more desperate. So what was I going to do about this? How was I going to dig myself out of this hole? I was staying up all night, trawling through the internet. Is there a point at which the internet does end and sanity begins? I neither knew nor cared. I watched thousands of clips, reading conspiracy theories and news reports until they blurred into one stream of a hyperbole. I slept fitfully during the day and went back online the minute I woke up. I would surf even though I needed to use the bathroom until it hurt. I forgot to eat or drink, and soon I had a permanent background headache. Like most addicts, it wasn't long before I moved to the harder stuff, the deep web. I was sickened by a lot of what I saw, but still immersed myself more and more. When I stumbled across a site that changed my life, it looked fairly innocuous at first. There's a simple hero image, outline of a human body, and a drop-down menu in the right-hand side, accessed via 3 short lines. For other people, it's one more bet, one more drink. I clicked on one more link. I was surprised to see only 2 options, buyer and seller. I wasn't going to be buying anything real soon, so I followed the watermark, seller. The sub-menu left me open-mouthed. It listed items that could be sold and gave a price that the seller would receive. All I needed to do was add details for my preferred way to receive payment, then tick the box next to the item. The first item on this list was likeness. For the price shown, I could pay the 2 months I was overdue on my rent and buy wine and pizza every night for a week with what was left over. Now, I was not sure what they meant by likeness. Other items that I could sell via the website were more straightforward. Things like my social security number, my date of birth, even my name. A lot of these seemed like ways to commit fraud for the buyers. All very dubious, but at least I thought they were paying us to use our details rather than simply stealing them, as so often happened. Likeness seemed more ethereal though. I decided it meant the right to use my image, a photograph of my face. I also decided I really wanted beer and pizza, and to be able to tell my landlord to get off my back because I have paid your damn rent. I added my details for the money transfer, ticked the box next to likeness, and pressed submit. A transaction processing symbol turned into transaction complete. A new box appeared, giving me the option to comment. I typed, "Do you need me to send you a photograph?" thinking this would answer my question about what exactly I just sold. A moment later, a reply came. "We already have it." I flashed back to some of the things I had done in front of the computer screen, then decided I'd rather not think about it. Feeling nervous, sure I was being scammed, about to kick myself for being naive, I checked my balance. What do you know? The money was in there. I went back to the good old innocent web and ordered the largest, most overloaded pizza I could think of, then began to add sides. It took 2 weeks for me to blow the money from selling my likeness. I had a great time without leaving my apartment, and I had paid no rent. Not to worry, I told myself, and returned to the deep web and my new favorite website. This time, I hovered over fingerprints. 30 seconds of considering flagged a dozen dodgy things that this could lead to, but it was the money that I would make that made me think, whatever, ticked the box and submitted. This time, 10 small boxes appeared on the screen with the instructions for me to place the ends of my fingers in them, which I did, and within seconds the transaction was complete. And within minutes, I could see that I was once again flush. Problems over. I could pay my rent and enough off the credit card to make the bank back off. In the comment box, I typed, "Thank you." The reply was almost immediate. "You are welcome." Now, I don't know if anyone reading this is a gambler, but I guess if they are, they would not by now have put money on me, spending the money wisely. And they would be right. This time, I told myself another couple of weeks later, I would get my acting gear. I spent a significant time going through the items I could sell and created a spreadsheet with how much I owed, so I knew the amount I needed to earn with this one final sale of part of me. I had decided, you see, that this would be the last time. There's a relatively small number of things left that I could sell, that I was prepared to sell. My name, date of birth, and social security number were still no-goes. I didn't want to risk losing the ability to have a bank account and find employment. A history of being a disaster did not mean, in my mind, I always would be. So, one final sale it was, then clear my debts and find a job. I ticked a box next to sell body part. From the next list, ticked the box for kidney. I was close to hyperventilating when I pressed the submit button. Close to tears not long afterwards when I checked my balance. I felt like a huge pressure had been lifted. With this money, I could finally get my life back on track. The comment box already had text in it. I'd been too worked up to read it, so I took a deep breath and did. It was an 8-digit reference number, an address, and a time later that day. An appointment for me to get my kidney removed, I figured. I considered not going. I already had the money, so why bother? Then I thought back to the message telling me that they already had my photograph. Whoever ran the website probably knew where I lived as well, or could easily find out. It's not rocket science to work out that they probably were bad people, criminals, some kind of gang, not people to cross or mess with. I felt sick as I left the apartment at the prospect of having an operation, but also elated at the amazing things ahead of me. I just needed to get it over with. The address turned out to be a nondescript building on the outskirts of town. The windows were all shuttered and there was no signage, just the human outline I recognized from the website. The keypad was fixed into the wall next to a sturdy looking door. Not sure what else to do, I entered the reference number. The door slid open with a sigh. My stomach doing backflips, I stepped inside. I could hear the drone of the air conditioner, but still suddenly felt very hot. Nerves, I told myself, totally natural. I seemed to be in some kind of reception area, but it was deserted. Scratch that, a man appeared. He was wearing a white overall and a mask and safety glasses. He may or may not have been smiling when he said this. "Welcome, let's get you prepped." I followed him along a long corridor. The walls were blank, whitewashed, and the smell of antiseptic was growing stronger. Eventually, he turned off into a small windowless room. I hesitated on the threshold. There was a raised table, fluorescent strips overhead, a stack of equipment next to the bed. Medical, I guessed, though I had no idea. "Please," the man said, and gestured that I should come in. I smiled weakly and did. He gave me a robe to put on and turned to do something to the equipment while I got changed. I assumed that I needed to lie down on the table, and when he looked around from whatever he had been doing, he saw me and said, "Good." Made me feel like a dog rolling over and playing dead, but I kept this to myself. I did, though, have some questions. "Is this safe?" "Perfectly," he replied without missing a beat. I wasn't sure. I felt hot to the point where I thought I was gonna faint, and the lighting overhead was flickering, making paint start to flower above my eyes. "I'm not sure I want to go ahead with this," I said. "There's nothing to be concerned with," he replied, and before I could realize what was happening, he had nicked the skin of my neck with a needle. I immediately felt an unpleasant tingling sensation, and a numbness began to spread up into my face. He picked up a tablet computer that was resting along the equipment and studied it for a moment before turning back to me and asking, "Now, which eye would you like me to keep?" "What?" I exclaimed, or tried to, because my lips were numb and the word came out so slurred. "What are you talking about?" I managed. "I sold one of my kidneys, not my eyes." I did not wait for my answer. I was horrified and decided I wanted out of there. I tried to sit up, but the numbness had spread to my spine and then my arms. I was helpless to do anything but lie there and watch as he once more studied the tablet. No, he said in a quiet, relaxed voice. "The records show that you agreed to sell a body part, but did not specify which one." "I ticked kidney," I tried to say, but now my mouth would not move, and I could not feel my tongue. I could feel my heart beating faster and faster, felt like I could not breathe. Cold sweat trickled down into my eyes, blurring my vision. I could see this, I could not feel it. I wanted to scream, wanted to cry in terror, but my jaw was locked, my limbs useless. All I could do was watch the scalpel go into view, and as he lowered it slowly towards my left eye, "It will all be over soon," he said, and then the blade became a shadow over my eye, a darkness that was soon all I could see. That was then, this is now. I am writing this from an internet cafe after trashing my laptop's hard drive and ditching it. There's just me here and the owner. I think he would like me to leave from the dirty looks he's been giving me. But before I head off, I have one more thing to do. I have enough money to buy a coach ticket and go a long way from here, away from everything and everyone I had ever known. I've just logged onto the site and found what I was looking for in the seller menu. Name, date of birth, social security number. I ticked sell on all three, entered the details in the box that popped up, pressed submit, and moments later the money was in my account. I have been withdrawing as much as I can daily, and after I go across the street to the ATM and withdraw the largest amount, I will snap my card in half and throw it away. This will be the fresh start, a past wiped clean, left behind. It's time to log off for good and make my escape, only the screen has changed. The comment box has opened up, a new message has appeared. "We like and follow you." I feel tears begin to flow from the eye they did not take.
As you may have guessed, I am an artist. As an artist, I love to explore different styles, but I am old school in the sense that I refrain from using digital means to make my art. There is an entirely distinct elegance and fulfillment in watching my art grow from pencil scribbles to a vibrant depiction of whatever dominated my mind's eye at the time. While I do love to promote my artwork, it will soon become apparent why I cannot share much that could lead back to me. A few weeks ago, I started to grow tired of painting the same old style of portraits, objects, and scenes. I craved for something new, and I began exploring again. I should mention that I am, in my free time, an avid user of the deep web. Do not get me wrong, I do nothing illicit or taboo, like sell drugs or find hitmen to hire. I just love seeing all the peculiar and intriguing things the deep web has to offer. Therefore, while going through this drought of inspiration, I found a bustling art community on the deep web that was entirely unique, named the Nightmare Artists. This website was dedicated to disturbing and unsettling artwork. I opened the website, and I was immediately fascinated. This site was a web forum not unlike Reddit. Each post was a picture of a piece of artwork that someone had made. However, they all revolved around themes that would be considered dark by even the most depraved of art enthusiasts. Despite their disturbing themes, I was encapsulated by their detail. As I went through them, I grew to develop an uncanny admiration for the effort and time that must have gone into each piece of work. Meanwhile, the forum itself was bustling. Posts were being made every few hours, and commentators consistently had something to say. There was even a detailed guide on how the site could be located after a domain change. I could not believe I had not heard of this place before. The artwork, however alarming, left me in awe. Each piece looked meticulously and skillfully made. Even the milder ones, such as the depictions of mental illness and self-harm, were memorable. I fondly recall a sketch of a vortex of letters and words sinking into the gray matter of a rotting but alive human head. It was a strong allegory of ADHD and dyslexia. Others depicted grotesque scenes of carnage and violence. One of my favorites was an oil painting of a gladiator smashing the heads of two peasants together. While the idea itself was fairly primitive and non-abstract, the intricacy of each droplet of blood on the glistening golden armor, coupled with the unadulterated look of panic and fear on the peasants' faces, made the painting pristine. These were all amazing, but the ones I still have strong memories of are the ones more fantastical and unique in their uncanniness. These are the ones that made me question the mental state of the artist. An acrylic painting that stuck out distinctly depicted a weird being that was a ramshackle abomination of different animal parts knitted together with a human head. A leathery, crocodile-like hide attached to an abdomen of long gray tentacles that seems to levitate the thing off the ground where the animals whose parts had been used lay. The thing had more appendages protruding from its upper torso that resembled the furry arms of a gorilla. Where the chest should have been sat a large eye with a thin, inquisitive pupil that seems to glimpse directly into my soul. While I would go on with these descriptions, it would all be peripheral to the point of me sharing my experience with you. Suffice to say that this online forum was a treasure trove for artists and enthusiasts that admired and made work that was less conventional. I spent an entire day gawking at the works before I was overcome by tenacity and motivation. I was inspired. I was no longer in my frustrated creative confusion. I had decided that I would make my very own piece of unnerving art. Perhaps this could be a niche that invigorated me to produce something beyond the usual half-decent mediocrity. Over the next week, I worked consistently, day and night. I would be in my studio working on something marvelous in its unfiltered macabre form. While I had peered on the edge of such a style in my artistic career, I had never worked with such a conviction on any of my other work. A thought penetrated my determined state. Could this be it? The genre I had always been looking for? Did I no longer have to aimlessly make my half-hearted pieces to keep my fans content? At the week's end, I was done. I uploaded my pride onto the forum under my alias Lawless Creator 24. The artwork in question was an oil painting of crows picking at the corpses of fallen soldiers on a battlefield, while a beautiful sunset painted the sky in a magical amalgam of pinks and reds in the background. I named it Life Goes On and uploaded it onto the site. I did not anticipate the popularity it would go on to garner. My painting held first place on the forum for an entire day. I was elated and had already begun planning for another piece. When I opened the website the next day, I noticed that I had received a message from a prolific and respected artist on the website that went by the alias Machination of Doom. It read, "Hello, Lawless Creator 24. I absolutely loved your most recent upload. Could I know what brand of paint you used?" After sharing the brand in question, I conversed with him further about his art style and creations he loved most. He seemed very insistent on finding the right colors to make his art as realistic as possible. After half an hour of text conversation, he sent me the following message. "I noticed that in a discussion in the comments you mentioned you were from the San Francisco Bay Area. I live there too. Would you like to meet up for a drink sometime?" I was ecstatic. Not only had I made a piece of art I was fully satisfied with, but I was already butting up with my contemporaries in the genre. We quickly arranged to meet at a famous bar for the very next evening itself, and I spent the entire night in a restless fit as I wondered how things would play out. Come that evening, I walked into the bar and texted him. "I'm here in the dark blue shirt next to the entrance." I saw a man walk up to me. He smiled as he prepared to greet me. He looked somewhat rats-like, to put it lightly. He couldn't be more than 5'4", and I had a mild suspicion that he was using shoe lifts after witnessing his awkward gait. He had a chinless mouth with teeth that seemed to protrude beyond his lower lip. His oily skin had a yellowish hue to it, and his coarse mane seemed to shrivel in self-embarrassment at the end of each hair. Despite this, it looked like he took care of himself. His teeth glistened white, and his hair was as neatly combed as it could be. He wore a dress shirt and tapered pants. I thought he had either gotten off of work, or he was not too versed with trendy attire. I, being average-looking myself, did not dwell on his appearance. "Hey, lawless creator. Call me Carl," he said with a tinge of awkwardness as he walked up to me and extended his arm in an invitation for a handshake. He had an odd accent I could not put my finger on. He sounded nasally and somewhat monotonous. As he drew closer with his handshake, I caught a whiff of his odor. The heavy use of deodorant and perfume seemed to mask the scent of rot and decay. I wrote this off as innocuous, and I was still optimistic about the meeting. Hey, Carl. Great that we finally meet. I'm Mark. Let's grab those stools over there," I responded, smiling. As we sat down and began enjoying beers, our conversation shifted away from trivial matters like the weather or current city affairs and towards our artwork. "I love what you did with that painting with the crows." "Thank you. It's great to receive all the appreciation. I honestly didn't expect it to do that well," I responded. "I was thoroughly impressed with your most recent piece, too, the one with the cats and the restrained man." I shot back a compliment about one of his most acclaimed works on the site. "Thank you. I was wondering what you thought of it. It took me a lot of time and sweat. Here, let me show you." He chuckled as he reached for his phone. "Sure," I eagerly responded, wondering what he was about to show me. His phone screen lit to life, and he perfunctorily tapped at it before turning it to me. I recognized the image straight away. It had been up on the website a few days ago, and everyone had been blown away by its detail. The website had featured the painting of a man sitting in a chair with his hands and legs restrained, with two cats in his lap, curiously clawing at a bloody opening in his abdomen as the man stared down in pure terror. This image on the phone screen seems to be a somewhat more elaborate version of it. I was perplexed until I scooted my bar stool closer and peered forward to look more closely. This was not the realm of an artist's work, nor was this the clever editing of a piece of artwork to make it look more realistic. Then, I noticed the timestamp. It was not a piece of art. It was a picture shot on a camera. As I came to a harrowing revelation, my heart began to race, and my skin grew damp in a cold sweat. "Neat, isn't it?" I froze in place and looked into his eyes. They were crazed and maniac in their anticipation. Before another word could be uttered, I ran out of the bar as fast as my feet could carry me. I rushed home and sat petrified, my mind unable to construe anything besides fear. As I slowly gained my composure, I realized that I must have dropped my phone during the run since I could not find it anywhere. I booted up my computer to change my passwords and delete my account on that godforsaken website. And I saw that I had just gotten an email from myself. I thought someone may have found my phone. But then I read it. "You'd make a fine specimen for my next piece."
Times were tight, and I knew it. Loan sharks and debt collectors had been knocking on my door every night, screaming curses. Rent was due, utilities were due. I lost my job because of the pandemic. I found a new one though, one where I had to work the whole night with little pay. There were even times when I went hungry. I was really desperate for a job, so I scoured the internet for one. Yes, even the dark web. Then I found the website. It was full of bright colors and devil cartoon characters in various poses. It promised big money and even fame. All I needed to do was sell my soul. I was desperate. I clicked on a link and filled up the form. 30 seconds later, there was a ping from my phone. The money had came in. $1 million as a welcome gift, and more to come. Promised a tagline at the end. My jaw dropped. $1 million was a lot of money. At that exact moment, I knew that all my problems were solved in an instant. For every month after that, $1 million were sent to my bank account. The loan sharks were paid. The utilities were paid. I could afford to buy better food now. Lobster and crab. I even bought a mansion on a private island. Parties were held at my mansion every night. The bar stacked with the finest wines. It was in one of those parties when I saw a man in a skull mask. He was wearing a black cloak and holding a scythe in his right hand. My heart froze into ice, and the website, which I had long forgotten, came rushing back to me. Bodies moved to the wild music in the booming bass like a tidal wave, but the man sliced through them like they weren't even there.
Your time has come,
he said. I nodded numbly. There was nothing more I could do. He swung his scythe, and I felt my body burst open, blood exploding everywhere. The man rummaged around my insides, tossing out maroon kidneys, stomach, and heart, before closing his hands over a little squirming white orb. He put the orb inside the cloak and stitched me up the best he could.
Have a good day,
he said. After he left, the world darkened to a solid gray. No matter how hard I tried, I could not seem to enjoy myself. Even living in a mansion was not so fun anymore. In the end, I sold everything and moved back to a single apartment. I even fell into old habits, drinking and drugs, and even that was truly tasteless. I was downing a bottle of whiskey, feeling nothing, when the man in the skull mask came back. This time, he was morbidly cheerful, grinning behind his skull mask.
Your soul was remarkably popular. They want more of you.
I'm what you'd call a crypto addict. Before that though, I was someone who enjoyed browsing the deep web. I wasn't really looking for anything in particular, just curious as to whether or not the stories I've heard were true. Never really found anything creepy though, but it was my first encounter with Bitcoin. A few sites used it, and it was the first time I had ever heard of cryptocurrency. As such though, I had thought that it was a scam or something shady at that point. This was back in the years of 2012 through 2014. So as you can imagine, I'm already kicking myself for thinking that and not buying a few coins. My interest in the deep web waned over time, but around the year of 2017, I began reading about cryptocurrency and that the oh so shady thing Bitcoin on the mainstream news outlets. That is when I made a deeper dive into the world of crypto. My goal at the beginning was just to earn enough money to pay off my student loans. Of course, nothing was ever that easy. I had made nearly every single mistake you could make while buying crypto. Once I lost my seed phase, I sent crypto to the wrong wallet by mistake. I've sold at a loss countless times. Twice, I've been fooled by pump and dump schemes. Despite all this, my net monetary change from buying into crypto has still been positive overall. That's mainly because I wised up over the years and made back the money I lost and then some. Of course, every time I hear about a random coin going up 20 times in price, I do wish I would have seen the opportunity, but I know most of those coins probably don't have much value or long-term prospects. I invest in safe projects, of course, like almost anyone else. I've been on the lookout for the next big thing, the next big project that's gonna go to the moon, so to speak. I got an email from an old acquaintance of mine. Let's call him Frank. Frank and I went back to the days when I scoured the deep web, and the two of us would often exchange information regarding anything interesting that we'd find. I hadn't got a message from him in 2 years though, so it was kind of a surprise. Hey, I know it's been a while, but I saw this weird thing and I think you would want to check it out. I see from your profile that you've been in the crypto space for a while, right? What do you think about this? It's a site claiming to have made a new kind of coin. There was a link to a website. At first, I was really confused. This website was on the deep web, but according to this mail, was regarding a new crypto coin. That made no sense. When you made a new coin, one of the first things you wanted to do is to get as many people in the project as possible. Making all your information about the new coin exclusive to the deep web was a guarantee that it would probably never take off. Then again, maybe they were making some sort of super secure coin, which the government couldn't trace, so they were trying to keep it on the down low. Regardless, I decided to check out the link. The website was honestly nothing to write home about. It was decently organized, but rather plain. It looked like a web page from 2007. This was definitely the wrong thing to do if you wanted people to be interested in what you were doing, or convincing them that you had a great idea for something. There wasn't even much information on the site about the coin itself, with most of it linking to a video that they had made. There was a forum, but only accessible to members. Guessing there was nothing else to go, I went ahead and clicked on the video. It showed a dark room with a desk right in the middle. Someone walked in wearing a white mask and a dark hoodie. As he spoke, his voice was distorted, so he clearly was using a filter or something. Greetings. Thank you for your interest in our new project, one by which we hope to revolutionize the very concept of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. I have long since been a member of the crypto space, and I consider myself to be an environmentalist first. You must have already heard about the environmental impact that mining cryptocurrency has. Many people have spoken about that. As such, we wanted to look for a way to solve this problem. A solution quickly came to me, but it was a little bit of an unorthodox one. You see, I am a man of many interests, and the occult was one of them. One thing I've always been told was that spirits, demons, what have you, they always know everything that's going on in the world. They don't follow the normal laws of physics either. It was at this point that I began frowning. What on earth was this? Was this guy really talking about ghosts and spirits in a crypto video? I thought it might be possible to use this to our advantage. You see, a spirit can theoretically solve a problem in an instant. Time works different for them, and the best part is, the environmental impact is nil. I was just ready to turn it off at this point. What kept me going was the mild curiosity regarding where this guy was going. This had to be some sort of scam, right? But what was the scam? Was he gonna ask for donations first? Or was he just trying to install malware on my computer? I mean, he must have made this video for a reason, right? I just wanted to know what the scam was so I could tell Frank what it was. I searched around in many books on the occult until I came upon them. They do have a name, but not one that you could speak freely in this tongue. Suffice it to say that certain supernatural creatures are willing to help us and mine our coins for us. Now, of course, you must be thinking that such a thing isn't worth your soul. Rest assured, though, that these creatures don't want our souls, simply our bodies. I told them that in that case, they should buy us all a round of drinks first. You, as a human, can rent your body out for a small portion of the day. In exchange, these creatures will mine coins for you. That's right, I managed to connect to the spirit realm with the internet so that they can mine cryptocurrency for us. Right now, we are starting out by mining Bitcoin by this method to test it out, but we'll release our own project very soon. I can say though that I'm quite excited by the potential of our upcoming coin, as it will be mined only by these entities. All the information will be held not only on the internet, but within the spirit realm as well. So even if every database on Earth was wiped clean, we will recover the data. For now though, we are just seeing how easy it is to mine Bitcoin using this method. If
If you are interested in renting out yourself, you can go ahead and sign the contract given on our site. If you're interested in simply buying some of our coins when the new project will be released by conventional methods, please stay tuned for further updates. Thank you.
The video ended at that, and I was left confused. Making this all would have taken cash and some time, so was it really just a hoax? How are they planning on making money out of this? With no further information available, I checked out the forums, but that was only open to the people who have signed their contract for now. I took a look at this contract. It was needlessly long and annoyed me because I knew there was no way a site like this could ever take anyone to court if the contract was violated. So what was the point? The gist of the whole thing was that you would agree to rent out your body for a time ranging from 1 to 10 hours a day. In exchange, you would get a set amount of Bitcoin per day, with it increasing depending on how long you rented yourself out. Let's say you got X amount for an hour, then you get 20 times X for 10 hours. Clearly, it was designed for people who chose the maximum amount of time possible. Frustrated, I put down my section as 1 hour and hit accept. A message popped up. This contract will be valid for 1 year. It cannot be canceled before then. Are you sure you want to accept? I scoffed at the idea of them trying to enforce the contract and hit the accept button. A congratulatory message popped up, as well as an address to a wallet that I could unlock. Disappointed, I browsed the site a bit more and saw nothing to explain what it really was. I could only chalk this all up to be a very elaborate hoax. The next day, I went about my day as usual when something odd happened as I left my driveway. I found myself in my office an instant later. If I had been paying a bit more attention at the time, I would have noticed that I had lost exactly 1 hour, but I wasn't. I had zoned out while driving to work occasionally, but not ever when I was entering the building. I chalked it up to me just having a long daydream though. Things didn't worry me, not yet at least. Something similar happened the next day, though I had some trouble noticing this as it happened while I was chilling around home. I just thought I lost track of time and the sky suddenly became a lot darker. The third day though, it happened at work. I was in a meeting and then it was over and I was at my desk. On one hand, I was happy I was able to skip the meeting, but I also knew I was losing my mind. The MRIs came back normal, and the doctors thought I had a dissociative identity disorder. But a month later, I found myself in my house with some jewelry I had no recollection of getting. I learned the next day that one of my neighbors had been mugged, but didn't know who it was. That day, I suddenly found myself in the park with a shattered glass in my shoulder. I learned that someone had smashed another neighbor's car. Fed up with this, I installed cameras around the house to watch me, and that night I saw myself leave the house and come back later with some cash. Cash I must have stolen. Yeah, I learned that someone's house had been broken into the day after that. I finally put 2 and 2 together and went back to the website. I hadn't checked my wallet, but it had a substantial amount of Bitcoin now. Clearly, this thing hadn't been a hoax. They wouldn't be paying me if they weren't getting something out of it. Whatever entity chose to inhabit my body started out just by mimicking what I would do normally, but it was clear that I was getting more and more daring with the theft and vandalism it was doing. I read the long contract again, and I saw no termination clause. I can't exactly communicate with this thing that takes control of me, and even if I could, I have a feeling that it doesn't want to leave. Forum posts on the site are really no help, as a few people seem to be in the same boat as me, but I have no idea what to do. This site doesn't have a customer service section, to no surprise. Based on what I've read of the contract, the entity can't hurt me, or my property, or do a crime that would lead to me being arrested or such. But it can do crime as long as it makes sure that I'm not going to get caught later on. Anyway, I highly doubt it wants me to be arrested. It would not have as much fun as when I'm free to roam around. In the end though, I realized that I couldn't live like this. There's nothing else to do but wait for my contract to expire, so I moved to a very remote area where there are only a few people around. I'm glad for that, so that the thing can't harm anyone else. I've even had to give my dog away to my parents for the time being.
I don't know if she'd count as my property, but I don't want them hurting her one day. I read on a forum post on that site that someone found themselves with blood on their hands after a blackout and that they were freaking out while wondering whose it was. It's obviously much worse for those who rented their bodies out for several hours. I guess I should be thankful that I only agreed to 1 hour. I've quit my job and I only go out to town to get supplies when the hour is up. I thought about maybe tying myself up so I can't get out, but I still need to do things like go to the bathroom, and that sounds like a terrible way to live. It's been 3 months in total, and there are 9 left. The coins I keep getting are enough to pay the living expenses, thankfully. I might have had to rent myself out for longer if that wasn't the case. I'm writing this because I'm curious if there's a lawyer among us who might be willing to read over the contract I agreed to. If every contract has a loophole, I'd be happy if you could find one in this one. I can't go to a regular attorney, of course, given that no one would believe me. I mean, where would I even go to dispute this? But if there's someone among you who is experienced with dealing with supernatural contracts, do please contact me. I would also prefer if you could accept payment in Bitcoin.